Hello, 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 folks. I hope you all are having a great weekend. How's everybody doing today? All right, folks, we are going to get started here in about 1 minute. I'm doing fine. Hi, Arwin. Hey, 21. Hey, Rascal. Good to see ya. Hey, Hypebox. Hey, Steven. Hey, Chantuff. Welcome to the stream. I am doing well. Thanks, Hypebox. Hey, Io. Welcome. All right, let's go ahead and get started. Okay, hi, folks. How's everybody doing today? Hey, Walter. Hey, Copper Lily. Good to see everybody. Hope you're having a good weekend. It is a beautiful day outside where I live today, so I have been outside. Oh, good, Nuggets. I'm glad you made it back. I was hoping you spotted that. So before we get started today, folks that get my notifications on Discord, I'm curious. I use the localized timestamp feature in my announcement today, the one that converts my stream time to your local time. And so, did that work for you? It's three. It says 3 p.m. Eastern for me, but did it convert it to your local timestamp? Excellent, Rascal. Thank you for that. Yeah, I'm gonna be. I'll use that going forward because I think it's less confusing for folks. I've also reinitialized my Twitch schedule because that disabled itself in January, and I never reset it. Awesome. Good. Thank you, N64. Great name, by the way, N64. Gotta love those expansion packs. I had one of those. Good stuff. Hey, Engineer Moore. Hey, DKs. All right. Awesome. Thank you. Welcome. Copper Lily says they just got back from the park. Yes. I am hoping I get to spend some more time outside today. Not that I don't want to be here with y'all, but it is a gosh darn beautiful day out there. Hey, we got folks that tune in from all over the world. Definitely. It's always neat to hear where folks are from when they're tuning into the stream, and I think that's one of the best things about Twitch is we got folks coming in from literally everywhere. Uh, hey, Agravenia, welcome. Alrighty, so what are we doing today? Well, today we are going to be talking about a few different topics, but they are all topics that are measured by Google Lighthouse. So I'm curious, how many of you folks out there are familiar with Google Lighthouse? You can just say yes or no in chat. If I say Google Lighthouse, do you know what that is? Yes, no, maybe so. All right, good. Okay, so we got some folks who don't know what it is. That's awesome. Because today it's a very important tool. It's a fantastic tool for you to have, especially if you're building sites for clients, like freelance style sites. And it can really, 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 really help you make your site better in a lot of ways. So by that I mean it can make it help make it load faster. It can help make your site more accessible for those who use the internet in a non-visible way, such as with a screen reader. It can also help you get better SEO, so search engine optimization, meaning how quickly are folks going to find you on Google? If they Google your client, how quickly is your client going to come up in those results? And so all of those things are extremely important. Google rates those metrics. And so if you can do better at those, you're going to have better results for your site. And Juice says, I have fought the Lighthouse fight. Yeah, and it doesn't always have to be a fight. And I think that's one of those things. So what Lighthouse is it is a tool. It's embedded in Google Chrome. You can also download it as an extension, but it is preferred if you use the tool directly in the developer tools within Chrome. And I believe you could probably already also access it in Edge, although I don't know because Edge is built on Chromium. Um, and so, what Google Lighthouse is a specific tool that rates the categories of accessibility, performance, search engine optimization, and okay, it is an Edge, Arwen. Thank you for that. Yeah. So let's take a look at what Lighthouse is. And what we're going to talk about today as well is not only, okay, what is Lighthouse, but then how can we build a web page quickly and easily that gets perfect scores in everything that Lighthouse rates. And I'm going to use my personal web page as an example, not because I'm like, ooh, look at me, but basically because, hey, this stuff doesn't have to be hard. You know, somebody mentioned I fought the Lighthouse fight. Well, it doesn't have to be a fight. You can do these things fairly simply with a very simple web page. All right, so let's look at Lighthouse. So if you right click on a web page, any web page really, you could go to any web page you want right now, and you could go to your own client page. You could go to your personal portfolio and do this right now. If you right click on any web page and say inspect, which is where we're at now, it takes you to the dev tools kind of a window. I'm going to make my window a little smaller here so it doesn't go behind my chat. And we go up here to the little drop down thingy majig. Glad you caught that, 21. And one of the options there will be Lighthouse. So if you hit up the little double arrow drop down and say Lighthouse, this will say generate a Lighthouse report. And what this does here is essentially Google scans your page for various things. It might be for things like certain tags. It might be things for such as best practices, search engine optimization, performance, all these things. It checks for very specific categories and then rates you based on those categories. Now, I will say that this website right here gets a 100% score on desktop. It does not get a 100% score on mobile. I did not design this page as a mobile first application. I designed it as a web first application. However, as you'll see, since I've optimized its score on desktop, it actually does very well on mobile as well without me really having to do anything at all. So if you can optimize one, you're probably going to do really well on the other. So we're going to do the page load, the Lighthouse analysis for desktop only here. And it just does some stuff. Hey, Mavo, good to see ya. And there we go. And then once you do that, oh, I lost a tick in performance. I swear it was 100 before, but who knows? Sometimes it has to do with oh, yeah, it doesn't like my image. Sometimes the Lighthouse, when I run it, it decides it doesn't like my image anymore. I wanted to show you the little. I wanted to show you the little fireworks. It gives you fireworks when you get a perfect score, but it like literally gives you little animated fireworks. They're very cute. We can run it again and see if it'll do it for me. But let's see one more time. Doesn't take very long to run. Nope, it's not going to give it to me. Okay, I wanted to show you the fireworks. That's the GIF I put in my Twitter post though. Was previously when I ran this when I ran this and got the 100. But anyway, I think it's close enough as you can see. And what's nice is that it gives you you can click on each of these and you can see the very careful breakdown of every single element that Google considers for your page. So go ahead and try it right now. Go to a website, any website, and preferably not this one. Just pick one that you like. Pick a website that you like, and go there and run a Lighthouse analysis and see what comes back. See if let me know if the website. Let's say it's a website that you visit often. Let me know if it gets a good or bad score on Lighthouse. You might be surprised to find that some really popular websites just don't do all that well. 98 easy. Yeah, check it out. See what you get back. And now if we scroll down a little bit, we can see some of the specifics that Google was measuring. So things like, when does the first content load? Is there anything that's blocking a load? How fast was it? And what was the how long did the largest thing take to load? Yeah, it says some of them have really bad performance. They do, don't they? Yeah. And then what was the cumulative layout shift? So this one is interesting. So as the page is loading, how much does the content get shifted around? Hey, Quad Shot, welcome. So how much when the page is loading, how much does the content get shifted around? Now, one of my biggest pet peeves with websites is when, especially on mobile, um, is when a page is loading, right? You're waiting for a web page to load on your phone, and then as it's loading in, everything on the page, you're going to click a button, right? You know exactly what you want to click on already. Then as soon as you're about to just tap on it, or tap on a button or click on something, everything on the page shifts down, and then you end up clicking on the wrong thing, or it moves down by like one line. You end up clicking what you didn't intend, and then you end up on a page that you didn't intend either. I find this happens a lot with like Reddit and stuff like that, because Reddit doesn't seem to have very good optimization. And so yeah, it's stuff like this is being measured because it's important, right? Because stuff like this frustrates users if there's a lot of layout shift when a page is loading, or if your content takes a long time to load, or if certain parts of your page are slow to load. Yeah, all this stuff is important for performance. Renate says, I tested a web page I really dislike, and it got a score of 59. Oh, yeah. Well, another great thing that Lighthouse is for is, you saw, it doesn't take too long to do these checks, right? It doesn't take very long to run these checks at all. And so another thing I really like doing is, when I'm building a page, just running this Lighthouse check over and over, looking at Google's recommendations for how to fix it, implementing those, and then you run it again and you watch yourself improve. So, yeah, when I first launched this portfolio, I think I was at like 80 for accessibility, like 85 for performance. Like, I was really low for SEO. I think I was at like 50 something for SEO. And as you make little fixes, you make improvements, you run it again, and you see yourself improve. Yeah, Lighthouse for the win, absolutely. Craig did it, says it's a sneaky trick to click on ads. So you're talking about when the page loads and it shifts? Yeah. Well, and oftentimes that's what causes those layout shifts, is if there's a lot of ads on the page. I particularly see this with like newspaper sites. You get like your local Tribune or whatever. You go to their website and it literally takes 30 seconds for all the ads to load, and the content is continually shifting up and down all the time. And I'm sure some of that is intentional. They want you to accidentally click and generate them a little bit of money. But you have to ask yourself, is the frustration of the person who's having that experience, is that worth them potentially never coming back? Oh my goodness. Chaotic Monkey, thank you so much for the sub. Welcome. Wow. Hey, let me get you the special sub screen up here. You're very cool. Thank you so much for subscribing, Chaotic. Great to see you. And thank you for the follow, Cannabis Absinthe and Coding Nerd Fletch. Thank you both. Good to see you. Yeah, Capital says, I'm actually surprised that my original portfolio site scores a 94 in performance. I'm currently building a new one because my first was slapped together in a rush. 78 in accessibility, though. Womp womp. Yeah, and that's another part of this, too. So you can have a site that's really performant, and you can, follow best practices, but it might not be accessible. So what we're going to do today is we're going to essentially rebuild my portfolio here, not because I want to replace it, but to show you how to get these kind of high scores very simply. So how can you make your site more accessible? What are some of the really simple, quick things you can do to raise your accessibility score? What can you do to make sure you've got good SEO on both mobile and on web? And can you do it with a site that looks like it's mostly plain HTML? This is really mostly just plain HTML. As you'll see in the code in just a minute, which I'm going to flip over to GitHub, you'll see that this code is literally, GitHub says it's 100% HTML, but it's more like 98% HTML. So you can still hit these kind of high scores without using fancy frameworks, without using fancy, optimizations or styling packages or anything like that. you can make a site that still performs really, really well with basically entry level coding, basic HTML. What's important is how you implement that knowledge, right? So it's not just that, oh, I can just use HTML tags. It's more like, okay, are you using the right ones? Are you using the right attributes? Are you putting the right things in the right places in order to make this kind of thing happen? Copper Lily says, oh, good. My new one is scoring better, but I'm not even done yet. Oh, good. That's awesome. That's what you want to hear, right, Copper Lily? Yeah. Nugget says community taught got a 31. Yeah, communitytaught.org is a great resource for a lot of the folks who are in 100 devs. It's where all the course materials are stored. And it looks very clean and simple, right? And I won't deny it's been a fantastic resource for a lot of folks. But just because something looks very clean doesn't always mean that it's really abiding by the rules of being accessible, being clean. I've worked with a few folks who are using screen readers exclusively. These are folks who are blind or visually impaired, and they have to use a screen reader to navigate the internet. And them using community taught has been a big struggle. It's not. I think what we're going to find is if we go over here to the accessibility, a lot of what accessibility is rated on is stuff like area attributes or aria attributes, which we're going to talk about in a minute, what those are and what they're for. And a website like Community Taught just doesn't have those. And so folks who are using screen readers, if say an HTML tag isn't explicitly labeled, they don't know what it is. They literally, since they can't see it, their screen reader can't tell them what it is. They don't know how that page is laid out or where to go. And so that's been kind of a struggle for folks. Once they get the pattern down, they can navigate. But in reality, your site should be designed so that somebody with a screen reader can navigate it independently without help from somebody who is sighted. Ustech says, so performance comes down to structure. A lot of it is, yeah. So it's not 100% structure, but in the case of performance here, the things that it's checking, these major categories, are basically like, can you make it so that your layout doesn't have huge shifts when the page loads? Can you make it load quickly? Can you make it so that elements aren't blocking each other? And can you make it so you are content first? And that was a huge philosophy that I went into when I was building this portfolio is how can I make a portfolio that's content first, content over anything else? Because that's what you're here for, right? When you are, when you want to learn more about somebody, I don't really care about the styling. I don't really care about the layout, colors, whatever. It doesn't matter. I just want the goods, which is social links, a little bit about them, and yeah, other stuff that's just important. I just want to read about them. I don't want a bunch of animations or splash images. But maybe that's just me. I'm curious what you all think. Are you happy to read a site that looks like this, that's mostly just text, when you want to read about a fellow developer, say? Or are you more into, wow, hey, this portfolio looks really cool? And it might also depend on what type of a person they are, right? If they're a front end designer, I would expect that their site should look really visually appealing. But that doesn't mean it can't also be content first and simply designed. Rascal says, dang, Lighthouse has gotten much friendlier since I last used it. Better breakdown and explanations. Easy exports as JSON. Yeah. Direct link to the trace to dig into the nitty details. Yeah, it's such a great tool, which is why I wanted to talk about it today. And I would agree, Rascal. Previously, when I'd used it, it was kind of, difficult to parse, but it's gotten so much better. Dr. Moto said, and doing it from localhost is cheating. Yeah, that's a good point. This site is hosted on my own domain. It's hosted on Netlify on this at this particular URL here, so it is legit. This is a live site that's out there on the internet right now. So yes, running those types of scans from localhost can be a little bit misleading. Hey, Chris P, welcome. They said Lighthouse seems really cool and helpful. Looks like I got a lot of work to do for some of my projects. Yeah, and all you can do, sometimes you're not going to be able to get it perfect, but you can make it better. And if you're going to focus on scores, I would suggest focusing on for your client's going to want you to focus on this one, right? The SEO. Are you optimized for search? But to be a better ally for everybody who wants to use your site, you should probably focus on this one right here as well, accessibility. And we're going to talk about that in a minute, how you can do that pretty easily. So performance, now it's telling me that, I could improve a couple things here. I could serve images in next gen formats like WebP and AVIF. This image that I have right here is saved as a PNG. This I don't really care about. This is a very small, minor thing. Faster downloads, less data consumption. So this image right here, this is less than 500 pixels wide. So I'm not really concerned about how fast this image loads because it is very small. But if you're dealing with larger images, then I would say that this is probably a valid thing. You would want to think about maybe next gen formats that load more quickly. I'm catching up here. OpenSea says, I'm coming late. Just finished a client page trying to improve the Lighthouse score. Awesome. Yeah. Yeah, you can it works. Yeah, you can do Lighthouse locally, I believe. But it's gonna be your load times and stuff are gonna be wonky because it's truly local. Ahmed says, are React apps not really SEO friendly? I know Next.js helps with that, but vanilla SPA aren't, right? Yeah, I don't know the nitty gritty as to which frameworks are more SEO friendly or not. Uh, I would suggest maybe Googling for your particular framework and seeing, all right, how to optimize, how best to optimize, what are some ways I can optimize this particular framework in order to make it more SEO friendly. Copilily says it might be my flavor of neurospiciness, but lots of text makes it difficult for my brain to focus on any one thing, and I feel overwhelmed. Lots of white space and appropriate styling helps guide my eyes where they need to be. But yeah, the content needs to be prominent and served in friendly portions. Yeah, and so what I've done here, and it's a little hard to see in the Lighthouse window, I'll reopen the Lighthouse window in a second, um, is that basically I've really made the margins constrained so that you can read the text more easily. And I'll talk about why I did this in a little bit. But yeah, so if you look at it on a full page, the margins are actually quite narrow to try to make the content less, yeah, overwhelming and splashy all the way across the page, especially on very large monitors. So we'll go back in here, just run it again. Forgot that if I close it, I'll have to run it again. Oh, let's run it. Let's go ahead and run it. Well, I'll run it for desktop one more time. We'll finish looking at that, and then I'll run it for mobile, and I'll show you the similarities and differences between the desktop run and the mobile run. All right. And you can see here when I just ran it again. Yeah, I didn't change anything, right? I just ran it again, and it's given me slightly different results. So instead of a critical issue, this is now just a yellow warning issue, right? So it's going to be a little different each time you run it, hence the drop in score, which not salty about at all. But it's telling me a few things here. Oh, okay. Yeah. So it's telling me that I should minify some JavaScript files, but these are literally just because of some Chrome extensions that I have. So yeah, that's really it. This is nothing that I can do anything about. This is just Chrome extensions, which is pretty funny. This is the next gen thing, and this is so this image right here, it does have a set width of 500, or I forget what I have it set at, 250. We'll look at the code. But I don't have an explicit height set, so we could fix that, set it with an explicit height, and see if it makes this go away. But again, these are very small things. Amuga says, welcome to the stream, by the way. Wait, when you say less than 500 pixels small, do you mean length times width of the image? So sorry, when I meant what I meant there was I was talking about just the image width. um, yeah, it's pretty small. Originally, when I was first building the page, the image was like 1,000 by something. It was pretty large, but it didn't need to be because of the space it was sitting on the layout. It was actually getting scrunched down in the layout, and so I got dinged on that when I first ran Lighthouse because it was like, your image is way too big for what you're trying to use it for. So then I made it smaller, and then it fixed it. It also made it load faster too, and so making my image smaller did a few things. It didn't just save on space, but it also saved on several of the other of these categories here. So, for example, the layout shift got smaller because the image loaded faster. Speed index got faster. Everything loaded faster. Um, Best practices, I think, got better too because you want to match your image size to where you're putting it. So yeah, it improved several scores just by changing one small thing, which was the image size. Arwen says, so easy to convert to WebP though. I use PhotoP. Yeah, there are ways to do that. I haven't bothered, but maybe I should, because if it's going to ding me for this and take away my perfect 100, then maybe I should. I just use to edit this image and like get the right background color. I just use the built-in Windows photo editor, which doesn't support WebP format. So I try to be very jank with it. Jute says, in theory, should you throttle the network connection based on the average connection speed of your target audience? I wouldn't bother with that. I would probably just try to optimize what you can, because you're never going to be able to match the speed of your target audience, right? You don't know whether somebody's on a wired connection. You don't know if they're on a cruddy Wi-Fi signal, a mobile hotspot. You don't know. They could be anywhere in the world, right? And everywhere in the world has different internet speeds. Like, for example, my parents out in the countryside have way slower internet than I do. I'm in an urban area, so I have fast internet. It just really depends. So I think that would be too much trouble. I think you can optimize, what you can based on these scores, and then you're given the best possible experience to the most possible people. Yes, and that's a good point. And Silva, they say something very important is to specify width and height of the image elements. They're not mandatory when you create the image element, but Lighthouse takes that into consideration. If you don't specify both, the browser will have to calculate every time you load the page. Yes. So I believe for mine, I specified width, but not height. So that would be an easy fix as well. In fact, actually, I'm going to do it. I'm just going to do it right now. I've got the finished version open here. I know that's very small. Let me switch profiles. Give you a little sneak peek of what we're going to be doing here in a minute. Let's just do that. As you can see, I'm using style tags inside of my HTML. Oh, the horror. Yeah. Width. I think it's square. We'll see in a minute. Save that. I already had a terminal open. And I'll push it. Oops. Ah. Git push. All right. And since I'm already hosting this on Netlify, what this is going to do is, now that I've pushed it up to GitHub, it's automatically going to sync with Netlify, and Netlify will redeploy the page. So Netlify will go ahead and just redeploy the whole website in just a couple seconds, probably once I'm done talking, and then we can check it again. All right. Closer says you can run in incognito mode to eliminate the interference of the Chrome extensions. Yeah, we can try that as well. OpenSea says my performance is low 50-60, accessibility 100. Nice. Best practice 100, SEO 100. That's awesome. AO says, will aspect ratio do? I don't know. You'd have to run it and see. Just go ahead and run Lighthouse and see what it says. Yeah, SEO optimization can be its own entire role. That's absolutely right. People literally have jobs where their job description is SEO optimization. And Dr. Moto says, I have a huge image on my sister's real estate site, but still get 100. Hey, that's great. That means that you've built it well. Copper Lily says, I realized that having large image files was one of the many things I disliked about my first portfolio. Yeah, that's a common mistake, right? So you are you have a lot of cool images, they're super big, you want them to look really cool and splashy and awesome, and you also don't know how to resize images or fit them properly in your layout, and so you just use the full size images every time. And yeah, so that can be a common pitfall. I know I've made that mistake a lot on many of my applications, is using images that are too big, and so you load it and you literally watch it load because the images are so big. To unsubbed because of the style tags. Yeah, I'll show you why I did that too in a minute. Hot Babe says, I have a crazy idea. Create your pretty wolf with pure CSS so you don't even have to load the image. Yeah, I absolutely could. I made that logo with a free logo generator like 2 years ago. And that the logo generator actually no longer exists. So the only copy of this image that I have is yeah, like a PNG, or maybe a WebP. I don't know. But yeah, I would have to like trace over the original. I'm not that skilled, but I'd pay somebody to do it. Got to balance the benefit or impact of user on users of those last few percentage points with the time to learn a whole new framework and move everything over. It might be worth it, might not. Yeah, certainly. Standard DPI for images is 96, good enough for the web. Yeah. Dolly might be able to do it. I don't know, but we'll see. All right, so real quick, let's go ahead and rerun this for mobile, and we'll see how it looks on mobile. Okay, so very good on mobile as well. Now that I said it, so I got so obviously I got the height wrong for my image. You can see it looks a little squished there after I did the redeploy. So we'll have to fix that, but I'll have to figure out what the proper height is for it. But we can see that it's still scored extremely well on mobile, even though it's not a mobile first site. This site was developed with desktop in mind, but even with that, I still got a pretty darn good score in mobile. So if you're optimizing for one, you're probably going to be pretty set for the other. Amuga says, do you work at Google? No, I wish, but I don't. But the nice thing about Google is that they make these tools free for you, anybody to use. You don't have to work at Google to use them. You right now could go into your browser and go to your website or your favorite website, and you can right click and say inspect and then choose Lighthouse, and you can run this on your favorite website. Yeah. So let's see what I still need to do here on best practices for mobile. Yeah, so displays images with incorrect aspect ratio. Yeah, I think I know that. I got the height wrong. And then yeah, serves. So what's funny is that if I use this image size on desktop, it complains, or sorry, it likes it on desktop, but on mobile it says the image is too low res. And then if I use a larger image, then Google complains on desktop because it says the image is too big for the space it's in. So I would have to have two different sizes of the image, one for desktop and one for mobile, which I probably won't do. I'm just not going to bother with that. But you can kind of see how the sorts of things it's actually checking for. Let's see, what is it saying here? It says, I need to make that bigger. Let me scroll over, Google, come on. Ah, there we go. Oh, aspect ratio actual. Thank you, Google. So I hope you can see that. Google is telling me what the correct aspect ratio should be since I got it wrong. Google's like, come on, you dummy. It's actually supposed to be 250 by 200. So I'll go ahead and fix that right now. Let's just fix that. Instead of height 250, it's going to be height 200. We'll do git add, git commit, fixed height, git push. All right, that should reload in just a second with that height fixed. Netlify just needs time to process it. I'm going to take a quick hydrate. And I'm going to take my jacket off because it is warm. It is warm outside, and it is warm in here. And it is March 3rd, and it is this warm, and that is scary. Sleepy says, hello, what's the purpose of SEO for a personal website? Does it show for recruiters looking for devs? Yeah, I mean, depending on how they're searching for you and depending on what you want to advertise. For me, I mean, I'm not so concerned about SEO here, but if you were building a site for, say, a client, SEO would be really important, right? So you would want to optimize this if you could, because people are going to be Googling your client's business. It says that's actually amazing that it tells you that. Yeah, I didn't even know that, but it does. It tells you the correct aspect ratio. So let's try this again. It should be regenerated by now. We'll run desktop and mobile again. Hopefully it's fixed. Yeah, it's fixed. So we can see that the aspect ratio looks correct now. Hey, we're back, baby! We got fireworks, my friends. Hundreds across the board, just for fixing the height of my image. I added one line of CSS, and now we're 100 across the board for desktop. All right, one more time. Let's go ahead and do mobile. We can look at the fireworks for another second here. Agravenia, thank you. Yeah. We win the game. So we'll do mobile one more time, and then I'll actually go in and show you the code. Ooh, what do I get here? First try.
First try.
First try. Yes. Perfect redemption there, Chris. Thank you for that. All right, let's look at mobile one more time. Still should be pretty good. Yeah, so we upped our best practice score by 4 points just by putting a correct image height in there. So very close on best practices. Really, if I were to just then make another version of this image in a media query just for mobile, then I think I would get 100 on mobile as well. Yeah. So how can we do that with such a simple site? How does that work? Well, if you want to see what the code looks like, you can head over to my GitHub, and it's the personal website repo, or you can do !project in chat for a direct link to the code, and we can take a look. If you look at it, it's very simple. It's literally just an index.html file and an assets folder with my favicon, which is that little thing you see up in the browser, and my logo, which is not that great in the first place. So feel free to take a look at the code. You can use it for your own site if you want. I don't care. But if you'll notice, again, it's really just the only styling is what's right here in these style tags. And it's pretty simple stuff. Just some code for the body, setting the font family to be sans serif, setting some padding, setting the font size, setting a line height, setting a max width to have those nice narrow margins, so we don't have the text splashing all the way across the screen, and having a slightly not quite white background color, a nice sort of a tan background color. And for our headers, setting specific line height, setting a specific link for the anchor tags, and then setting some properties for the image itself. Now, I do have a media query here, so this is where I would put that information about the image. If I, wanted to have two sized versions of it. Why are you from my state? Because I want to be. So we have a media query, and so this is where I would put the larger size of the image if I wanted to. But for now, it just has a slightly larger font size. Now, why do you think for a mobile phone user or for a user on a screen with a max width of 786 pixels, why might I want to have a larger font size? Why would I want to make the font size larger than the default? What do you think? Why would I want a font size that's larger than the one that I have for computer monitors? More readable? Maybe, yeah. What's another reason that people on mobile devices might need a larger font size? It's a small screen, sure. Yeah, this is for mobile. So if we go back here and we make this smaller, well, let me see. Here we go. That's smaller. Let's do not Surface Pro. Let's do iPhone. Yeah. High DPI screen, left reading glasses at home, higher pixel densities. Yeah, sure. But how are people using a mobile device? How are people using a mobile device? Like what are they operating it with a mouse? Yeah, they're using their fingers, right? And fingers on a little tiny screen do not have near the ability to pick out fine details that a someone using a mouse does, right? And so if you're on mobile, you're going to want bigger buttons and bigger links. Use a warm hot dog. You're going to want bigger buttons and bigger links to click on. And so if you're trying to optimize your site for mobile as well, you're going to want to make sure that your links and your buttons are still clickable by someone with fingers rather than someone with a mouse. Yeah, and people could use a stylus, right? That's very possible. But one thing that a lot of people don't have is a stylus. I don't have one. None of my devices have a stylus. So a lot of times, if I'm using something that's touchscreen capable, I'm going to be using my fingers. Yeah, exactly. And that's purposeful, Copper Lily. Yeah. So Copper Lily said that tiny X on ad windows. So if you're playing a game on mobile and you get an ad or it makes you watch an ad, sometimes you can end the ad early by clicking an X. Or even just to get out of the ad at all, you have to click an X. Well, they often make that X super small so that you accidentally fat finger it and you end up clicking on the ad itself and going to the page and you got to get out of the page. But it still counts as a click. And so that's like an example of purposeful non-optimization, I guess. That's an evil design, exactly. Yeah. So it's important to remember that type of thing. And Google, if you actually run the Lighthouse report for mobile first, then Google will check for that. So originally for mobile, I got dinged for that because I didn't increase my font size and my links were too small to click on. Yeah. That's an evil design. Exactly. Well, yes, it's not only and that's another good point, Copper Lily. It's not only a very small X, but it's often a very small X with low contrast. Yes. So it's going to be impossible to see and impossible to hit accurately, even if you can see it. So you want to do the opposite of that on your sites. Yep, exactly. So for mobile, I made the size bigger. And a couple other things I did here too is that all the links always open in a new tab because I just think that's better. And Minnie says this is a good resource for design. Oh, thank you for sharing that, Minnie. Yeah, bad design elements become the standard. Yeah, I feel like that's pretty common nowadays. Unfortunately, is in the era of like a lot of people having fast internet and a lot of people having big screens or fancy phones is that certain bad design elements are kind of on trend. My personal pet peeve, and I've said this before, my personal pet peeve is when you go to a website and the first thing you see is a giant splash image, but you don't see any content, like actual the actual stuff that the reason you visited the website to learn something about the business, right? Or if it's a restaurant, you visited the website to get their phone number or see their hours or their menu. But the first thing you see when you go to that website is just a big old splash screen with nothing else, and you're like, okay, where do I click, where do I go, what is the purpose of this? And so I think that sometimes we need to take a step back and be like, all right, what is this website actually for? Well, it's for content, it's for information. And so with that in mind, the reason I built my site the way I did was because of, well, basically because I was frustrated. So I'll tell this little story, then that'll probably be time for a break. So you probably saw a stream that I did a couple, I don't know, maybe a month, 2 months ago, where I was starting to design a portfolio and I was messing around with Astro. And I was messing around with the layout. I actually kind of liked the layout. It was a nice portfolio. I was using a template. There's nothing wrong with using templates. And I was really struggling with like the design and the colors, and I was messing around with layout elements and what I wanted to put where and all this stuff. And I think that I kind of got caught up in that, and it's easy to do, right? You download a template, it's fairly complex. There's a lot of stuff you want to customize. You want to figure out, oh, I want one more of these, and what size should my font be, and what should go where most aesthetically pleasing, and stuff like that. And in the end, it just made me not do it. uh, and so I thought, well, okay, what am I actually trying to do here? I'm trying to put content on a website. So would it be bad if I just did that without any of that extra stuff, without messing with colors, without messing with layout? Could I make something that still looks good, but is genuinely simple? Um, and I started googling around for simple websites. Like what is a good minimalist website? Like not we're not talking like a bad website from 1995, because I don't know. I saw a lot of crappy websites back in 1995, back in Web 1.0. So it's very possible to do it with just HTML to build a really terrible website. But I think it's also possible to build a good, simple website. And while I was Googling around, I actually stumbled upon a page that I had forgotten about that I saw a long time ago. And it's called and I'm going to get this wrong. It's the best MFing website. And it's, obviously the full word. And it's basically the best way to design a plain HTML web page. So we can go check it out. Just warning for profanity, because it is a very, very profane website. So if you're watching this with a kid right now, and you don't want them to see some naughty words, maybe switch off for a couple minutes, or flip to a new tab or something like that. This Christian stream, I know, but I'm showing you this for a reason. So let me pull it up. Best, yeah, here we go. Oh, it's just motherfucking website. Yeah, so right here, this is it. It's fairly famous, and it's basically the author's idea of the perfect website. um, because it's lightweight, it loads fast, it fits on every screen, it looks the same, it's accessible, it's legible and gets your point across, and it's lightweight, it's responsive, and it just kind of works. Yes, OpenSea, I see. My AutoMod flagged your message, but we're gonna head there in just a minute. 21 says, if only all docs were written this way, right? There is something to be said for simplicity. Now, there are some things in here that aren't great. I think it depends on what you want, right? So let's go ahead and just do a quick lighthouse on this.
Ellipsis on Rick just subscribed.
Oh, thank you so much for the resub. That's awesome. Thank you, Ellipsis.
Ellipsis on Rick just subscribed with Prime.
Thank you so much. You're very cool. Thank you. So we'll do a quick lighthouse analysis on this. I don't think it's going to be perfect. We'll do it for desktop. Dr. Moto says, I love potty mouth technical stuff like this. Yeah, it's definitely funny. So, but yeah, it's kind of, some naughty words, but it is definitely funny. So you can see it gets 100 for performance, right? Because it's essentially just HTML. But as far as best practices and SEO, it's not great. It's missing some meta tags, and some other stuff, I guess. I think it's probably Google Analytics is collecting some stuff. But yeah, it's not great for those. So not the best. And also design wise, I don't think it's the best either. It's decent. Camp House, I don't know who that is, but welcome to the stream. It's decent, I guess. But there are some newer versions of this, and OpenSea tried to mention one of those before, but it got caught by the auto mod. So we'll head over there. So there's a newer version. Oh, it's not that one. Sorry, that's the wrong one. It must be, I think it's better. Yeah, this one here. Yeah. So this is the one that actually inspired my portfolio. Again, very profane, but but you can see it's got some differences from the original. So number one, smaller margins. So just plain HTML splashed across your entire screen um, can be a bit intense, right? Like Copper Lily was saying, smaller margins are more readable. Also, less than white background color makes it easier on the eyes. And the font is not white. It's a very light sort of, sorry, the font is not black. It's a very sort of a dark slate gray instead, which again is easier to look at. Um, so as you can see, the format of this looks a little bit more similar to my portfolio. And I decided to go off of this one for inspiration. So that what they're saying here is some recommendation. Still very lightweight, still fits, still looks the same, still accessible, still legible. And also, they're talking about some of the improvements here. It's got a larger line height, less contrast, larger font, um, better line width. It's like latex versus Word. Yeah, exactly. Glorious indeed, yes. OpenSea says, do the color settings affect performance or more best practice and accessibility? No, not unless you're getting weird with it to where you make it not readable. But as far as like performance and load time, no. With this little CSS, it doesn't do anything. Yeah, so that's what I mean. So if you make it so it's not readable, like if you put like yellow text or white text on yellow or something, then yeah, it's not gonna like that. But if you just do gentle sort of contrasting color changes like this, it's not gonna cause a problem. So again, this was the inspiration for my portfolio, and I really like the way this looks. And I thought, hey, I can build a portfolio out of this. So the one major change that I really made is I kept a lot of the styling decisions of this particular site, but personal thing here, I don't like serif fonts. So serif fonts are the little fonts with the little I don't know what do you call them? Though they're called serifs, but the little extra bits on the end of the letters, right? The hats, yeah, the hats, the little extra bits, the legs, exactly. I don't really like that look. Pieces of flair. Perfect. Yes, I like that description, Copper Lily. It's the pieces of flair. And in my opinion, yes, as effing controller said, sans serif fonts, for me, they are easier to read. I don't know if that's truly a thing, if they're easier to read for everyone, but I find sans serif fonts easier to read. So Arial is easier to read than Times New Roman. Dr. Moda says, I always go by sans serif for digital, serif for paper. Okay. Yeah. OpenSea says it's a thing for digital. Okay. Thanks for letting me know. Yes. Yeah. And there's other options too. There's a lot of imitators of the, of the original trend. And so you can pick whichever one you want as your inspiration. I like this one the best. But yeah, there's options out there. Certainly. If you want, you know, profane examples of good design, then take your pick. This is the one that I like. Command S, and it's a coding thing. I'm glad this is worthy. This is content worthy of your follow. C4TS, thank you so much for the follow. And Pither, I missed a few here. Not So Humble, Hustler, MBK, thank you all for the follows. All right, so anyway, this was the inspiration, and then ooh, thank you so much for the Prime sub. My goodness, Doom Llama, thank you so much. They subscribed with Prime. So because they subscribed with Prime, it didn't cost them anything, which is always wonderful. I love when people subscribe with Prime because it's free for them, and it benefits me without costing you anything at all. So thank you so much for that. All right. Another thing you'll notice here too is that this web page is not secure, so they didn't ever set up their SSL certificate. So just something to note there. If you are setting up a website, particularly for a client, you're always going to make sure that you have your DNS and your SSL properly configured, so you can get that HTTPS on the at the start of your URL, which signifies it's a secure website. Otherwise, if it's not secure, people aren't going to want to use it, and they're especially not going to want to enter their personal information on a website like that. So I just wanted to point that out. I guess they just didn't bother with it. But let's see what time it is. All right. I don't want to start diving into actually, rebuilding my portfolio and showing you some of those accessibility features prior to the break. But let's see. There was one other thing I wanted to show you here. Back to the code. Oh, yeah, that's right. I had someone ask me, so on Twitter, they said, "Hey, so what framework did you use to build this site? Did you use like Next.js or what framework did you use?" And you got to remember too that a good site doesn't always need a framework. So that was another thing I was going to point out is a good website isn't good because of the framework it uses or because of the extensions you're using or the plugins or anything like that. A good website is good if it's getting the point across that you want it to make, and it has the content that it needs to, it works well, and it has a good user experience. That's really all that matters. Is that it doesn't matter what frameworks you learn or how much code you know. It's more about how you can apply those skills. So, a lot of the things that come up in when I talk to newer developers are a lot of things that come up when I talk to newer developers are, I don't know what frameworks to use to learn. There's so many out there, right? Should I learn React next? Should I learn Next.js? Should I learn Vue? Like, what should I learn? Well, the best thing to learn is how to write better code with the things you already know, I guess would be my opinion. So, for example, if you're learning HTML, then learn how to use HTML properly. Write bad code at first, right? While you're learning, the best way to learn is to build. So, write bad code at first. Don't be afraid to write bad code. But if something isn't working the way it should or it doesn't look good, then figure out, okay, why isn't that working? Let's make it better. How do I improve that? What does that mean? This tag that I'm using, am I using the right tag? What should it be for? And then apply it better next time. Copperly says, "We're all baddies here." Oh, I am, right? I've written some dang bad code in the past. But what's important is that you learn over time and you try to apply those improvements. Effing controller says marquee is the only tag you need. Hey, back in the MySpace days, I might have agreed with you. And yeah, we're going to talk about that too when we rebuild this. Just say like, all right, are we using the right tags for the right jobs? How can we, because as you'll find, using the right tag for the right job is important, not just for good page construction. It's also important. It's also important for accessibility as well, because using the right tag is really important for screen readers. Campos says, "Good for who? Good for you or the person you ship for?" Well, that's a consideration too, right? So if you're building for a client, yeah, then you might just have to use whatever they say, whatever they want you to use, whether it's a drag and drop type of a uh, box builder type site where you're dragging UI elements by hand onto the screen, or choosing from a set list, or you're using the framework that they're already using. Yeah, totally. Um, you got to do what the client needs you to do in order to get the job done. But if you're building personal projects, then, yeah, try to optimize what you know. And then if you are building something that requires a certain framework, then yeah, learn that framework. But don't always be chasing the next newest and best thing just because it's out there and because Twitter says that's what you should learn, right? You should focus on your skills more than just chasing frameworks. Red Sly says, "In the whole process of looking for a job, BS, PDF resume, website resume, BS social media links, then enter all the same info into their proprietary application slate. Then they make you do all these BS personality tests, all unpaid BS." Yeah, so the job hunt is basically ridiculous. I don't disagree. Yeah, the job hunt is a lot of performative actions, right? You both know, like, if both the company and you know what you're really looking for, right? You're looking for a job that's going to pay you money, and the company is looking for someone that will do the most work for the least cost. So, I mean, everybody knows what the real search is on both sides, but you still got to play the game. Yeah, you still got to enter your information. You still got to go through the interviews. You still got to, schmooze a little bit. And there's really no way around that, unfortunately. I wish there was. I wish you could go up to a company and say, "Hey, I want X amount of money," and the company says, we can budget for this amount of money. And then you say, okay, I have these skills. I will do this work for you. And the company says, cool, you can come work for us. I wish that's how it worked, but it doesn't. And we just got to play that game. So, yes, it is BS, but we can't let it grind us down. Um, and you got to, if you're going to play the game, you should at least be strategic about it. So, the best way to get a job is by networking and by, you know, playing the social media game, putting your stuff out there in a portfolio, um, advertising your skills, working with clients, getting good reviews from clients. Um, Networking is the best and fastest way to get your foot in the door. Copperly says, I'll reword my resume to read like a this is an MFing resume. Um, yeah, I probably should specify I don't condone or suggest that you do that. That you actually make your portfolio full of profanity. That's not the thing to do. The site is illustrative only. My site does not have any profanity, and I don't suggest that yours should either, nor should your resume. So yes, good little broad clarification there. Don't do that. Copperly says MySpace was my first foray into HTML. Yeah, it was for a lot of people. That and Neopets, I think, both Copperly and both MySpace and Neopets were a lot of people's first HTML experiences. Unfortunately, as a kid, I did neither of those things. I did not have. I was in the MySpace era, like with my age, but um, I just was. I didn't have fast enough internet to do either of those things. I had the slowest possible dial-up possible, and so I could hardly load an image, much less a whole dang social media website or a Neopets or whatever. So that was way out of the ability of my internet capabilities on my home connection. So unfortunately, I missed that entire era. So I never learned any HTML when I was a kid. Minnie says my first website was in XHTML. Ooh, that sounds extreme. Yeah, yeah. If you're going to be profane in your resume, you probably have to be like someone who's already famous in your field. Then it's funny if you're famous, but if you're not, then yeah, it'll just get you in trouble. Campos says you build for a one of one off or a 10 years maintenance burden. It just depends. As far as when you're building for a client, you a lot of the times, yeah, clients are going to want a one-off project, or they might want to hire you for maintenance, and so that then goes into the consideration of what tools are you going to use to build it. Yeah, the automod keeps flagging you guys as jokes. Channel your inner Samuel L. Jackson, exactly. I'll allow it. Fuel says 300 baud download and 75 baud upload should be enough. Yeah. That was basically my parents' mentality. Ironically, until I went off to college, and then they got high speed internet, which I'm still not salty at all about that. All right, it's time for a break, folks. I'm going to catch up with chat, and then we're going to go for a break. Gala Muscle, thank you so much for the follow. Dr. Moto says, like Linus Torvald. Yeah, he could do whatever he wants, really. Red Slice says, after you get some experience, better to do your own business or freelance. It depends on who you are. A lot of the times, yeah, folks see freelance as kind of the ultimate freedom. You can make as much money as you want, you can work as much as you want, all that. But there are many risks and challenges that go with freelance. If you're that type of go getter that can, like, always make a sale and you are a really great communicator and you've got a lot of energy, then maybe freelance is good. Um, but if you want, at least some stability, and you want, benefits like health insurance. If you're in the United States, this is a big deal. So I'm speaking from a United States perspective here. If you want benefits like health insurance, dental insurance, vision insurance, that type of thing, you need to, without paying a whole bunch of money on the marketplace, you need to have an employer that's providing those things for you. So, if you have a family, stuff like that, then you may be better off choosing an employer that's going to give you some more stability and better benefits. And stuff like educational stipends or equipment stipends, that kind of thing, is just stuff that you don't get when you're freelance. And you never know, if you're freelance, that when the work might dry up, right? So got to be careful when you're making those types of considerations without really considering the pros and cons. Fuel says perhaps that was a way to have you focused on studies and not distracted by evil internet. Oh, I don't know. I still got there were tons of ways to get distracted on the internet, even if I couldn't load images. Do you know, in like the early 2000s? I don't know if I don't know the average age of my audience, but back in the early 2000s, like the text-based forum was absolutely everywhere. Like, you'd have huge forums with big text threads, and you can make posts, and there were no images anywhere, maybe little tiny little 100 by 100 profile pictures, but those were the only images. And so yeah, you could get plenty distracted on those. I spent hours on text forums. I couldn't load a YouTube video, but man, I could spend hours, typing paragraphs in a forum. So I will say that having really crappy internet in high school and junior high did actually make me a much better writer, because I was writing for hours every day, practicing my grammar and composition skills. So it did make me a really good writer, way better than school. Dr. Moda says, I need to make business cards. I'm going to hand them out at PAX. Hey, there you go. Sure. You might also consider a digital business card that's like a QR code that people can scan. I think people appreciate those because they don't have to shove a bunch of business cards in their pocket. They can take a bunch of bandwidth to play MUDs. Yeah, that's true. Multi-user dungeons. Copperly says, I kind of miss forums like that. Yeah, on a stream a few months ago, I actually went back and looked at one of those forums I used to participate in. It was still there, amazingly. It was still accessible and up. Unfortunately, it had been entirely taken over by bots. So that was unfortunate, but it was still there, and I could still log in, which was pretty cool. Nugget says someone always picked up the telephone. Yeah. One day I remember just getting, like, I just finished writing like my magnum opus of a post. It was incredible for I was 13, so I thought it was really good. But yeah, it was one of those amazing accomplishment type posts. And then my mom, yeah, decided she needed to use the telephone and interrupted my connection. And then when I got it back, the page reloaded and I lost my post, and I was incensed. Oof, indeed. Yes. uh, well, I love that folks joined in, that a bunch of folks joined the stream just to hear my stories of the early internet. So feel free during the break. It's time for a break because we like to take a break at the top of each hour. But do in chat, feel free to. I'd like everybody to share their first experiences with the internet. So were you around? Did you do the BBS stuff? Did you do text forums? Like what was your first experience? What did you spend the most time on the internet as a kid? Or if the internet came around when you were older, what did you like to do back in the old days of the internet? BBS, yeah. AOL. Oh yeah, gotta love that dial-up sound. Like, yeah, soundtrack of my childhood. Yeah. So share in chat. All right, it's time for a break, but share in chat what you used to do on the internet back in the day. All right, be right back. folks. We got a little less than a minute left, so come on back if you're coming back. Get yourself a glass of water, stretch your arms, stretch your legs real quick if you can. Use the restroom, whatever you got to do, and then come on back when you're ready. Pet your dogs, pet your cats, pet your significant other with their permission, of course, and then come back. Alrighty, folks, we are back. Welcome back, everyone. I'm loving all the early internet stories that folks are sharing in chat. What was your first experience with the internet? If you missed it during the break, feel free to share. I've been having a good time reading them here. We got a lot of folks who started out with AOL. We got folks starting out with BBS, AOL dial-up, wanting to play multiplayer StarCraft until someone had to make a call. Sucked. Newgrounds, Usenet, StarCraft on dial-up. Googling was becoming a thing back in 2003. Yeah, just barely. I remember using Google for the first time inside of the AOL browser, right? Because AOL had their own browser. I remember using Google for the first time on an AOL browser. On a Windows 95 Packard Bell computer. I don't know if y'all remember those. Yeah, that computer was something. Packard Bell was one of the most terrible computer companies out there. They used the worst parts for the worst machines, but that was my first computer I ever used at home. Main thing was AOL chats and getting an email like "You've got mail" was very exciting. Yeah, you used to love hearing that. Quake and Unreal Tournament, Doom via dial-up. Ooh, yeah, very classic. I was not old enough in '93 to play Doom as it was meant to be played, unfortunately. I was too young for all the violence, the terrible, terrible violence. Quake over dial-up. Yeah, Game Storm with dial-up on 56K. Nice. Minnie says, I worked at a hair salon where we booked appointments on a paper calendar until 1996 and made paper copies of credit cards with a little ka-chunk machine, right? Yeah. I helped them get set up with fancy software. Fun to reminisce. Yeah, it is. Copperly says, Legend of the Red Dragon. Allie, welcome to the stream. Hello. They say, what is the best book to learn programming concepts? I appreciate the answer. Something that enables me to code in any language because I know how to code and the syntax is only different. So Allie, are you trying to I want to make sure I understand. Do you already know how to code, or are you looking for a magic book that's going to teach you every single language by learning coding concepts? Because that's going to change my answer depending on what you say. Do you already know how to code, or are you wanting to learn how to code? Riley. Yeah. Bob Maloney says, my first browser was Netscape Navigator. We got Alta Vista. Yeah, those are great. Kemi says, I thought you were younger. Well, thank you. I'm flattered. Very nice of you. Cami says, when did you start coding? Oh, that's a fun answer. Yeah, so I am a fairly new dev, but it depends on what you count as far as coding. So I've been an analyst for most of my career, and by that I mean a data analyst. So the thing about data analytics is that it's really, really close to coding in a lot of ways, or to being a dev in a lot of ways, because if you want to really work with data, you got to be able to handle it programmatically, right? You have to be good with logic. You have to know at least some data crunching ability, right? Usually with something like SQL, or writing, macros in Excel. So like really advanced usage of Excel, advanced formulas, advanced macros. And a lot of that really sort of swerves into the realm of coding. You're writing VBA, you're using advanced Excel functions, and writing SQL. Obviously, you're writing SQL code. So I've been an analyst for most of my career, about 10 years, and I've been writing SQL for off and on for about that long. but I got my first dev job just about 3 years ago. Um, but I've been using SQL for a lot longer than that in an analyst capacity. Yeah, first dev job of I think just over 3 years ago. Okay, Ali, I understand better now. They said I've been doing coding for about 2 years. I pretty much can code. Feel like I've missed out on some foundations because I did self-taught. Yeah, yeah, and that's a fair thing. That's a fair way to feel. I kind of feel that way too. I'm self-taught as well. I didn't take really any coding in college. I thought I wasn't smart enough to code, which is a lie. Everyone is smart enough to code. That's not how you learn to code. It doesn't have to do anything to do with being smart. It has to do with application and practice, just like anything else. So yeah, I'd have no formal education in coding. I learned how to code on the job by just doing my work, doing the work that I needed to do, particularly in analytics. And so, yeah, I do feel like I've missed out on some foundational stuff like data structures and algorithms. And so, with that in mind, I'll answer your question. There isn't particularly one book that's going to be like the magic pill that's going to teach you literally everything you need to know. Although I will agree with what Dr. Moto said, O'Reilly, which is a publisher, they have a lot of great books on various coding concepts. So they're books published by O'Reilly are generally seen as pretty good for teaching coding concepts. They're usually written by a bunch of different authors on a bunch of different concepts. And you can find them for free. You can find some of these books for free online. Um, you can find them in various charity bundles and
Dev
things
Puddle
for
just
for
you didn't
fairly cheap.
suggest a poll. Up to the community.
Oh, up to the community. Okay, we'll do that in just a second, Dev Puddle. Um, yeah, full stack open is good. Yeah, there's without if you don't want to. I don't know if you really want to read a book or if you're looking for like just resources in general. You might be able to find O'Reilly books at your library for free without having to buy them. Full stack open is a good resource, which is a website or a web platform for learning these types of things. Um, 80s New Wavers suggests maybe a head first book. That's another great suggestion. Yeah, so there's a lot of options out there, but you're probably not going to find one single book that's going to allow you to learn every single language out there just because you know the fundamentals. Each one is going to be a step towards becoming a better coder. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Strain. That's exactly what I was going to suggest. So there's a platform out there called Humble Bundle. So they're a charity platform, and so you donate money and it goes to charity, but in return you get a bundle of products. And so they did an O'Reilly bundle recently, and I think it was like $30, and I got like 20 O'Reilly books. It was a ridiculous amount, and I got them all, just in digital format, so I could put them on whatever device I wanted. And yeah, it was like $30 for like a ridiculous amount of books on all different types of programming concepts. So very cheap way to do it. Yeah, Humble Bundle is great. I have gotten so many games through them, so many books, so many good things. Yeah. No worries, Ali. Happy to help. Glad you're moving along your coding journey there. Hey, Jim. Good to see you. Oh, yes. And there are ways you can find that stuff for free of varying legality. Yes. I won't recommend any particular method, but if you look, you can usually find free versions of a lot of things online. Yep, Humble has bundles of O'Reilly books on the regular. All right, and so Dev Puddle suggested a poll. So how I normally do that is I set those up during breaks. So during the next break, whatever poll we'd like to do, I can set that up. So does anybody have any suggestions on a poll? What a poll means is you guys literally get to vote about something or on something with a couple of different choices. Napster. Hey, Gopher. They say, welcome to the stream, Gopher. They say, I'm just a graduated software dev. That's awesome. Congratulations. All right, so poll ideas. What should the poll be about? Junior dev hard done. I'm not sure how to make that into a poll, Gopher. I'm sorry. How about the North Pole? All right, we could say which bear is best. Yeah, sure. All right, let's do that, Copper Lily. All right. So the poll that I'll set up during the next break will be which bear is best, and I will give you several choices to choose from. So which bear is best? Keep in mind, I'll set that up during the next break, so stick around for that. No, I'm not going to do that one, Dr. Moto. Nope. We'll do the which bear is best poll. Drop bear. All right. I love talking about yeah, I love talking about, you know, your first internet experiences and getting into becoming a developer and all that stuff, but let's circle back around because I do want to talk about accessibility. And in order to do that, I want to talk a little bit about I love the now we got a bear discussion. I like it. I want to talk a little bit about ARIA. So it's not area like AREA. It's actually ARIA. And what ARIA is basically a way to make your HTML accessible and readable. Yeah, ARIA, like a song, exactly. Yeah. Girl has no name, like Arya Stark. Yeah. ARIA is a way to make your HTML content and your web content more accessible via the use of ARIA labels. So I'll make this bigger. So let me go back here a little bit. I'm in the MDN documentation for ARIA right now. And ARIA stands for Accessible Rich Internet Applications. Fortunately, that also turns into an excellent abbreviation, so we don't have to say that whole thing every single time. And it's a set of rules and attributes that define ways to make web content and web applications, especially those developed with JavaScript, more accessible to people with disabilities. And it supplements your HTML. So that's the really important thing that I want to get across here. So using ARIA labels and attributes is not going to bypass bad HTML. If you're being lazy about using specific tags, or if you are just, really just slapping your HTML together without really caring what tags you use, just putting a bunch of ARIA stuff on there isn't going to make it better. So it supplements your HTML. You should already be using the correct HTML tags, but ARIA can just add more context and nuance to those tags for screen readers. And it's so that interactions and widgets commonly used in applications can be passed to assistive technologies when there is not otherwise a mechanism. So, especially for JavaScript heavy applications, ARIA can be a real lifesaver. And again, they even say down here, developers should prefer using the correct semantic HTML element over using ARIA. So ARIA, sorry, I keep saying it wrong. Use the correct tags whenever you can, and then you can supplement them with ARIA attributes. And you might say, well, why do we even care about this, right? Like, why does it matter? And I will admit that was sort of a difficult thing for me to think about. Be like, okay, why do I care about accessibility? I mean, I'm just trying to build a website. Like, what does that even mean when it's accessible? What does a screen reader even do? And I didn't really know what that was until I actually started working with blind and vision impaired students, like what the
21
importance of
just
this stuff
redeemed
is.
IRL word ban. Area.
Thanks for the ban, 21. That'll help. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Frankly. Yeah. So, real quick, back to our book discussion. Frankly says there's a Java book 2024 bundle on Humble Bundle right now. If you want to, pick up a bunch of books for a low price, go to humblebundle.com and look for their Java bundle. So, thank you for that. Thank you for that, Frankly. So I started working with some vision impaired and blind students for a 100 devs cohort, and I sat down with them one day. Sat down with one of them. He was kind enough to meet with me and show me how he actually navigates the internet while being completely 100% blind. And it was a trip. It took us an hour. It took us an hour to even get a basically go to a website, log in, get a confirmation email, go to their email inbox, find the email, and get the confirmation to put back into the website. That took an hour because navigating the internet is so much harder when you can't see it. And so after that, I really had a new and fresh appreciation for why this type of stuff is important. The more readable and clear you can make your website in these non-visible ways, the better you're going to make it for that entire community. 21 says that perspective is invaluable. Yeah, it really is. I had no idea beforehand. And anybody can install a screen reader. So if you're wondering, so let's say you've built a website for a client or you've built a website for yourself and you're like, hey, I wonder how accessible my website is. Anybody can install a screen reader. And there's some wonderful free screen readers out there that you can download right now. So I'll do it right now. Let's see. Nope, nope. I installed NVDA. We'll start it up. I'll go back to my page here. It's running.
Mayan Wolf. Logo of a howling wolf with the text Mayan Wolf underneath.
And so how it works is it essentially reads your HTML. It literally reads it. So whatever you have in your HTML, whether it's good or bad, that screen reader is going to attempt to translate it into audible text. Yeah. And so as properly picked out,
Logo of a howling wolf with the text Mayan Wolf underneath.
it's not describing the image as it actually is. What the screen reader is reading is my alt text. So this image is properly accessible because the screen reader knows what it is. It's literally just looking inside that image tag and it's reading the alt text. And then if we keep going.
Claire Borden, Senior Developer. Note, all links on this page will open in a new tab. Socials. Twitter. @MayanWolf. At mayanwolf.bsky.social, Bluesky.
Yeah, so
Twitch.
it literally reads whatever you have on the page. And for stuff that's maybe a little bit less obvious.
Mayan Wolf streams. YouTube. Claire Borden, Senior Developer.
Sorry, I moved to the wrong part of the page, but yeah. And so it's basically, you can kind of see the importance of using things like alt text. And I think if I move down a little bit farther here.
About me. I'm
going to try to find the. A lot of the times if people are using a screen reader, they're not going to be using a mouse, right? Because they can't see. They're going to be using keyboard commands to specifically navigate through the page. So they aren't going to be, dragging their mouse down to each element, maybe unless they're just low vision and not blind. But as they're navigating through it with the keyboard, they want to quickly be able to tell what each line is about and whether they need to keep going, whether they need to click on something, if they're in the right place, the thing they're trying to find. And so the more readable you can make this stuff, the better. Let's see. Dr. Moto says, did it take an hour because it was inaccessible, or was that even with optimizations? Well, so the question was, when I sat down with that blind person who was using a screen reader to try to get a confirmation email for a website. Yeah. So there were a few things that went into that. The reason it took an hour was because the site we were using was not accessible. And this is actually a callback. So it was actually communitytaught.org, the site that, that stores all the 100 devs information. And as I've mentioned before, that site is wonderful for people who are fully sighted and can use the internet like a sighted person would. But we ran a Lighthouse scan on it earlier, right? And it is not accessible because it doesn't have elements properly labeled. It doesn't have ARIA tags, and it's just not navigable by a screen reader. So I had to be that sighted person explaining what every single element on the screen was or where things were, because the screen reader couldn't tell what they were. They just didn't have labels, right? There was a little hamburger menu up in the top right corner, because this person, since they couldn't see, they didn't care how big their windows were, like how big their web windows were. And so the site itself was basically zoomed down to, the window was so small it was in mobile format because it was a responsive site. And so the window was so small it was in mobile format. And so at the top right, instead of the menu, it had the little hamburger icon, right? So you have to click that to get the menu. But the hamburger icon wasn't labeled. The screen reader would go to it and it didn't read anything at all. It's like the element wasn't even there. So because that hamburger menu had no label, had no alt text, had nothing, this person couldn't even get to the menu to navigate through the site properly. And so stuff like that you wouldn't even think of was the kind of thing that slowed us down for that long. And then, when the email got sent, it went to their spam folder. And so we had to navigate to their spam folder. And Gmail is a really terrible interface for a screen reader. And so, yeah, there's all sorts of stuff that went into it. But just little things like that you wouldn't think about. Can people who can't see even get to the nav menu for my website? Can right now on a website that you have built or an app that you have built, if you have a hamburger menu or a collapsed menu on your site, does it have some kind of an alternate description? Does it have an ARIA label? Would a blind person know that it's the menu for your site? Who knows?
Dev Marvel just redeemed
Thank you for the
stretch.
stretch. So that's the kind of stuff I never thought about before, but now I certainly do.
Claire Borden, Senior Developer.
Whoops. I'm going to keep doing that. How does it pronounce sequel? Okay, let's see it. All right, hang on. Good question.
Fluent in 3 flavors of SQL.
There we go.
MSSQL, PL/SQL, PostgreSQL.
So it reads it in 2 different ways. Yeah, if it's like all capital letters, it reads each individual letter, and then if it's part of a word, it reads it as one word. Hey, keep doing. Welcome. I hope you're having a wonderful day as well. Copperly says, "Hey, I just put ARIA expanded stuff in my nav. That's awesome. Yes, that's perfect. That will be so helpful to anybody that visits your site in mobile format." Yep. Frankly says, do they use sound frequency to indicate X and Y of mouse position? I'm not aware of that because, like I mentioned, a lot of folks don't use a mouse. They'll use keyboard commands, or they'll use an alternate sort of there's alternate interfaces that they can use that don't involve like the mouse at all. So I'm not aware of an interface like that with like X and Y coordinates. Generally, it's all keyboard navigation. It just navigates between each element on the screen. So the way I'm doing it isn't the way that a blind person would actually do it. I just don't know the keyboard commands, but that's just me. Had to think about it. Yeah. Dr. Moto says, but my menu is text anyway, shouldn't need alt text, right? Yeah, if you're using the correct like nav tags and stuff like that, then it should be able to read it. And it's not collapsed. Yeah, and I honestly, I was wanting to see if it would, if I could get it to read like the whole thing out loud, and I forget how to do that. So, but yeah, there is a let's see if I click out and then back in.
Toolbar, address and search bar edit has auto Mayan wolf document. Graphic logo of a howling wolf
there
with
we go.
the text Mayan wolf underneath.
I thought that was going to do it. I've gotten it so it'll like read the whole thing out before, and that's kind of interesting because I have some additional ARIA elements here that actually do things like set a region. So it tells the screen reader like where the start of the About Me is.
Games I like.
It tells the screen reader like where the start of each region is and where the end of each region is, so they know, okay, where's the About Me section, where's the highlights section, where are all the links, that kind of thing. And that's kind of interesting as well. I just don't remember how to make it do that. I don't think I need to do that, but that's all right. We'll see. I'll show you. What's more important is that we see the tags, and I'll show you how to implement those. So this is more just fun. You can mess around with this whenever you want. Dev Marvel says, does this pick up every line? Yes, if it's in text form here, it will read every line. The folks that actually do use screen readers, a lot of the times what they will do is, they're navigating with a keyboard, right? And it's reading off everything to them, and it'll be reading it off in like 5x speed. It reads it off incredibly quickly, like faster than I could actually understand it, but they have the voice sped up to an incredible degree, and they just skip through the elements on the screen until they get to the one they're looking for. So they go forward and back until they find like a link or a button or whatever they want to click on or hear about. Yeah, it's when you listen to somebody who's really good at it, like navigating through a site, it's really cool. They're really good at it. Yes, and Dev Puddle, we're actually going to talk about those hidden tags. I'm going to show you that in the code. Yeah. All right, so let's get to it then. So if we were to rebuild this site,
Claire Borden, Senior Developer.
Hang on, I got to stop it.
Desktop Windows ML source. Desktop desk search box.
I got to start Task Manager. I don't know how to kill it either, so I got to kill it with Task Manager.
Process task.
Enjoy this for a second.
Process desktop process desktop Windows ML source. List of items, disk 0,
Oh, I
disk
know.
0,
Shush.
memory 0,
There it
process,
is.
process, and
Because it actually doesn't
list of
open like,
items, list of
oh,
items, content, and
go away. All right. There we go. Um, I don't want to go back in the void, screen reader. Yeah. So because it's an audio only piece of software, it doesn't actually open like a window. So I'm sure there's a better way to do that than actually killing the process, but I don't know what it is, and I just started like using this a few days ago, so I haven't bothered to find out. But yeah, I just have to kill it with Task Manager. But yeah, the other thing about screen readers is that they don't just read like what's in the window. They'll read anything that you put your mouse on or anything that you're navigating through. So any piece of software can generally be read to some degree by the screen reader or anything in the browser. Yeah. So as you can imagine, if somebody opens a browser window and they're trying to navigate, through the tabs and then down to your website, they've already had to go through a lot of steps, and so you want to make your site as accessible as possible to them. Oh yeah, I know that it's all I could set up the keyboard commands. I just haven't. I haven't bothered with it yet. Yeah. All right, so if we were going to rebuild this, main thing we're going to need is just our index.html. And then we can also set up an assets folder. Oops. And into that assets folder, I'm going to go ahead and drop my logo, and I'm going to drop my favicon. And I think we talked about this briefly before, but does anybody remember what a favicon is? What is that? When I say favicon, what does that mean? What does favicon mean? Your favorite icon that goes up in the picture? Yeah, icon for the web page. Yeah, it's the little guy in the URL, right? When you open a tab or a website, it's always nice, instead of the little globe, I think it always makes your web page more professional if you actually see a little image there. It should be somewhat descriptive of your page. You always just make yours emojis. Yeah, I mean, honestly, that's not a bad idea, because emojis are very visible at small sizes, right? That's what they're meant for. They're meant to be visible at small scale, and they're round, and so that looks good in a favicon. Yep. So here's my favicon. It's just that. It's very simple. You generally want your favicon to be simple, whatever it is. And then obviously this is my low res portfolio logo. My favicons a higher resolution than my portfolio. I'm not good with images. Yeah, you can use or you can just use a simple vector icon, like something from a font website. Those are good too, definitely. Yep, good ideas there. And so really we just need an assets folder, because that's what our HTML is going to reference. And now another thing that we started this conversation talking about Lighthouse, right? What does Google look for? Well, one of the things that Google looks for is, do you have the correct meta tags? So what are meta tags? When I say meta tag, what does that mean? Now we're getting into the harder part, because I'm actually asking you questions that like matter, right? Not silly stuff. What is a meta tag for? What do we mean when I say meta tags? I'm gonna take a drink. Mm. Megalight says they're for info. Okay, can you tell me some more? What does that mean? Could be for SEO, certainly. Yeah, Mega says it's information about your site or descriptions. Yeah. Now, if I were to visit a website, would I be able to, in just looking at the website normally, would I be able to read those meta tags? If it's a description, would I be able to read that description? If I just go to a web page in my browser, would I be able to read that description? No, I wouldn't, right? Yeah. Why? Why wouldn't I be able to read that description? Yeah, because it's in the head of your web page. It's in the non-visible part of your web page, but it's arguably the most important part of your web page. So, one of the things that Lighthouse checks for are, do you have appropriate meta tags for your page? And since it's something that you can't see, it might not be the first thing that you think of to add. So, but what's nice is that if you're in if you are in VHS, if you're using VS Code for development, it actually has some built-in HTML formats, which I would highly suggest that you use, because the meta tags that it's going to give you here are basically the minimum ones that you need. You can add more, and I would suggest that you do add more meta tags, but basically these are the minimum, where it's giving you the car set, viewport, and scale. Now, one thing that you might not have ever thought about before is this one right here that I have highlighted. One thing that you might not have thought about before is this particular tag that I have highlighted. Betamax. VHS code tape is a superior memory option. That's true, it is. Oh, thank you for the follow, Cosmin HM. Now, I admit I didn't often think about this tag because it's pretty much just by default, it's just always there. But this actually tells screen readers what language your page is in. So it knows how to properly read the page aloud. So this HTML language English is essentially saying to screen readers, hey, this page is in English. So read it in English, which I thought was kind of interesting. Now, as far as additional tags, if you were to run this through Lighthouse, you would find that Google is actually suggesting that you add a few more. One of the ones that it's going to suggest that you add is pulled up here. One second. Yeah, so another tag that it's going to suggest that you add is a descriptor tag. So this meta tag, again, can't be read if you were to just visit the site normally, but it can be read by other products and services that do have access to these tags. So I would suggest also adding a meta tag with a name of description and then the content that best describes your website. Frankly says sometimes pages have multiple languages. What meta-lang tag then? Probably whatever the primary language is. Usually there is going to be some kind of a primary language. What are you sending people, Dr. Moto? You're going to create a clone of LinkedIn called Corporate Tool. That's pretty funny. So a description tag isn't one I would have necessarily thought of. Another thing that I find that people don't always update is their title. Because again, it's not one of those things that's necessarily immediately visible. It's going to show up in the tag. It's going to show up in the tab of your browser, right? But if you forget to change it, no big deal, right? Your app's still going to work. But again, this is one of those things that screen readers actually pick up on and read. So from my title of my site, I just did it Mine Wolf, but whatever the best title of your page is what you should put in here. And so again, all this stuff in the header is actually not going to be displayed, but it is very important. You should think carefully about what you want to put in there. Another thing is, how is your website? This is an MF website. How is your website going to be displayed when people link to it elsewhere, right? What if somebody tries to link to your site on Twitter? Or what if somebody tries to link to your site on Discord, right? We're used to kind of seeing things like cards that show up. It'll be like a static image of the site. It'll have a little, a title and a description in the card that generates automatically when they put in a link. That stuff doesn't happen automatically either. That stuff happens. Oh yeah, or in a Google search, right? What do you want to show up in a Google search, or in a Discord link, or in a Twitch or Twitter, or sorry, not Twitch, but a Twitter link in a Twitter card or Blue Sky card. Those types of things are what you can control here via meta tags. So Twitter has its own like special meta tags that you can absolutely use. However, it's really based on the open graph format. And so you can add additional properties in your header, such as like a title. So aside from the regular, just plain title tags, you can add additional meta tags for stuff like a title with a meta property, and then that property is OG title. And if you Google for, OG meta tags, you'll find that there's a lot of them you can add, like type, URL, image. What do you want the default image for your site to be when it shows up in a card on, whatever, whoever's linking to your site? What do you want the default image to be? So for mine, I just chose the, one image that I have. But for some sites, that could be really important, right? For example, we just kind of encountered that with the official 100 Dev site. People were linking to it. People were starting to link to it on Discord and be like, "Oh, here's the link to the new site," but we forgot to update the meta tags. And so when we linked to the the fully custom 100 Dev site, it was just showing the default like Astro advertisement, because the site is built on Astro, which is the framework that we use to build it. And so it was just, in the big card, it was just showing this giant Astro image versus anything that was actually customized or had information about 100 devs. And we just didn't notice until people started linking to it. And then we went back and changed it, obviously. But it's so easy to overlook these types of things because, again, they don't show up, right? Yeah. Cosmin and Angel Cake, thank you so much for the follows. Feel Snowball says Excel is the best. Yes, it is. I agree. Yeah, so again, you can control all of that with these meta properties. Now, I have more in the GitHub code. You can look at that. But just as an example, I really do want to. I want to kind of move on to the actual content, though. Fuel says, I think this reason Star Trek is so advanced is they just use Excel. Hey, I wouldn't disagree. I did a whole, if you want to learn more about Excel, I did a whole stream on Excel a few weeks ago. If you want to, just get started using Excel, if you're afraid of it, you don't know how to get started, it's really a very beginner, focused sort of an Excel stream, because it's such a good tool and more people need to use it. But anyway, I'll stop talking about that for now. Rex said, you're such a well-rounded professional. Thank you. I try to be. That's, one of the big things I try to do. So I'm glad it's coming across that way. All right. Anyway, let's go ahead and get into the content. Yes, there is a little bit of styling with this site, but we're going to focus on content first. So HTML first, then styling. All right. I'm going to get my notes here. Give me 1 second. So I have 2 profiles in VS Code. I have one for how I actually build stuff, and then I have the profile that we're on right now, which is my streaming profile. In my streaming profile, everything is much bigger, so you all can actually see it. But if I have other windows open, I need to set those back to my default smaller profile so I can actually read anything. Join the World Champion Excel League. No, those I don't know if you've ever watched the Excel World Cup, but those people are on a completely different level. Like, that is full-time grind to get that good at Excel. I just don't have that kind of time. Yes, that one, that exactly right there, Adoran. Yep, that's it. It's the Financial Modeling World Cup, and it is a trip. It is really fun to watch. If you like esports, but in Excel, that's the place to be. Christian says, are there any more news regarding the new cohort of 100 devs? Yeah, and actually, I probably should have mentioned that sooner. Leon gave an update on Friday about the new cohort. The short answer is it will not be starting on March 5th. The slightly longer answer is it will not be starting on March 5th because last Wednesday, the fiscal sponsor, so the nonprofit that was of Foxy Troxy, thank you for the follow. The nonprofit that was like the parent nonprofit that was allowing us to receive funds from clients, because we've been taking on clients as an organization. They were, doing all the tax stuff and the lawyer stuff for us and holding our funds as a parent nonprofit, because 100 Devs is all volunteers, and so we don't pay lawyer. We don't have lawyers on staff or anything like that, or accountants or anything like that. And so this company was handling our money for us. Well, last Wednesday they announced that they were shutting down being like, all right, bye, and just shutting down. So we are working to get our money out of that company and into another fiscal sponsor somewhere else. Obviously, that takes some research and time. It takes, lawyers and logistics. And so that is what Leon is working on right now. I wish that we could have started the cohort on March 5th, but the timing could not have been worse as to what happened last week. So, yes, that's the current plan. If anybody missed that last Friday, that's where we're at right now. OpenSea says, how is that affecting the relationship with Colossal? Yeah, great question. Colossal Media is our biggest client so far. They are paying us to completely revamp their whole web presence, basically. They have been a fantastic client. We love them. They are sticking with us. And they will, they're cool with, actually, they're still working through things on their side anyway. So there's been no rush with them. They're doing okay. They are still planning to be our client. No, it's all good. It's nope. They're all our clients are sticking with us. They know that we're gonna figure out a way to get it done, and so yeah, they've been a great client for us, and we hope to do good work for them. Yep. Christian says, and follow up question: where can I check for updates about it? That would be the official 100 Devs Discord. You can find that at if you're not already there, you should be able to find a link for that at 100devs.org. That's where you can also apply for the new cohort now. Now signups are not officially open, so don't think you got to rush out there. The new cohort has not officially been announced. Just join the Discord and wait for updates. And there will be announcements on the Discord. That is the best way to get information. And it'll be in the follow along materials channel on the Discord. Oh, I'm glad you're excited to work on for that client OpenSea. That's awesome. Yeah, we got a lot of great folks that are excited to do this client work for the 100 Devs agency, and show that the developers coming out of 100 Devs are real developers. They're not fake developers. They are real developers with real skills doing really good work. Yep. Frankly says, what is OG short for in meta property? So that is short for the not on God or original gangsta. It is short for the Open Graph. So I believe it's the Open Graph protocol. So we'll just do this real quick. Meta OG tags. Open Graph protocol meta tags. You can read about it here. Oops. I'll put this link in chat. It'll teach you about all the different tags and how they work. But yeah, basically it's an open protocol that websites can use to do stuff like build cards, right? To read meta tags, to get information about websites, and build links, build cards. And Twitter, has their own proprietary tags that they use, their own proprietary meta tags, but they are built on the Open Graph protocol. Hope the situation resolves soon. Yeah, I hope so too. We're working on it. Leon is, I should say. He's doing most of the work. All right, so that's what OG means. It just stands for Open Graph. All right, now content. So as I mentioned before, it's really important to ensure that you are using the right tags for the right purpose. So in general, when you're building a website, you're probably going to have some kind of information up at the top. And so for that kind of information, you'll want to be using a header tag. And then for what we kind of consider the main content of your page, you'll obviously want to use a main tag. And I'll admit this is something I've sometimes been kind of lazy about, is having a proper header tag and then a proper main tag. But again, this type of thing is important. Having the proper semantic tags is important for screen readers. And there is also a certain amount of subjectivity that goes into this stuff, right? As far as, okay, what should be in the header versus what should be in the main. But in general, if you are building out your website to have a logical flow, then you'll kind of know what goes in each tag. Yeah, for example, you probably, Amuga, thank you so much for the follow. Dr. Moto says, yeah, 17H1s. Yeah, that's probably something you wouldn't want to do, right? You would want to pick better tags. Or if you are using, let's say you're using 17H1s, well, why are you doing that? Are you using it because you want to, are you using 17H1s because you want a bigger font or you want a larger line height? Well, then that should probably be done in CSS rather than using 17H1 tags. So sometimes it's okay thinking, wait, am I abusing these tags to do the wrong thing? Should I maybe convert this to CSS? Nugget says 16 is the limit. Yeah, sure. All right, so the way I did it here was in my header, the first thing that I have is an image tag. And in that image tag, I'm linking to my logo. So my logo is in my assets folder and I'm linking to that there. So good start. Make this a little bigger. And you'll notice that if I just use the default keyboard command to generate an image tag in VS Code, it gives me two things, right? It gives me my source attribute and it gives me the alt attribute. Every image that you put on your website or application should at least have some kind of a basic alt description. Because again, oh, Danielle, thank you so much for the follow. Because again, that is the only way that a screen reader is going to know what that image is supposed to be. Unfortunately, screen readers aren't really, they don't have AI image detection abilities yet. I'm sure they will someday, but especially not free screen readers, they don't have the ability to figure out what an image is. So you have to describe that image for them. So, for example, for mine, and we heard the screen reader read this out earlier. We said it's a logo of a howling wolf with the text "Mine Wolf" underneath, and that's a perfectly fine description. That's enough. It doesn't have to be super long. It just has to say, "Hey, this is what this is." Now, what is another time when an alt description on an image might come in handy? What's another time when an alt description on an image might come in handy? We actually saw it last week. If you joined me last week, we saw the alt description for an image. Yeah, angel cake, exactly. Yep. It's yeah. So it can be when it doesn't load. It can be when a link is broken. If the image is removed, if the image doesn't show. Yeah. So there's a lot of times when a sighted person might need to use an alt description to figure out what an image is supposed to be. And that happens a lot, right? Unfortunately, they say the internet is forever, but it really isn't. How many of you had a photo bucket account, in the early 2000s? I did. I had photo bucket. Um, and I think after, I forget when, photo bucket shut down. And so anybody that tried to link to those images would suddenly have, a bajillion broken links. And if they didn't have alt text on those links, you wouldn't know what any of them were. Exactly. So actually, the internet and the links between items on the internet are extremely fragile. And so having alt text is just good insurance. The things you like forgotten is forever. Yeah. The things you want to keep is not forever. The things you like forgotten is forever. Yeah. It's all shoelaces. Exactly. It's the internet is held together by like shoelaces and spit. It's really not held together very well. And so you want to protect yourself and ensure yourself, the best you can with things like alt text on your images. So that's just one use. Even if you forget screen readers entirely, that's just that's a very practical use for alt text. And then after that, in my header, we've got an H1 because it's the primary header for my site. So it makes a lot of sense, right? We generally use H1 for primary headers. Now, next up is a somewhat controversial tag. And so we're going to talk about it. Somebody asked this question in chat. They said, let's see, where is it? I got to find it. Hang on, sorry. Oh, Doom Llama asked a really great question. They said, is it a good practice to use CSS resets to avoid using HTML tags to style? Yeah. And you'll find that's what I did here in this very next line. And let's talk about this. So I used an M tag for this next line. The line says, note, all links on this page will open a new tag. And I use the M tag. Now, what does that tag do visually? What does that tag? What does the M tag do visually? Dr. Moto says emphasis. Yeah, exactly. It by default, M means emphasis. It means putting more oomph on the text. Visually, it makes it look italic. But the M tag is different than the I tag. So there is such thing as just a plain I tag as well. That exists. You can do that. But they have different behavior. Does anybody know what the difference is? We're getting into kind of like the deep lore of HTML here a little bit. But does anybody know what the difference is between M and I? The OpenSea says accessibility. Yes, you're exactly right. Yeah, there is a difference. Visually, there is no difference. M tags and I tags look the same to a sighted person. But in some screen readers, not all, but in some, the M tag will specifically be read with more emphasis. The screen reader can read that and say, hey, the person who built this page thinks that this thing right here is important because they used an M tag. They wanted it to have emphasis. They wanted it to be important, more important than other text. And so using the M tag is read specifically in a different way by the screen reader. Maybe not every screen reader, but some of them will treat this differently and have a different tone or acknowledge it. So I used M tags here, not because, I just wanted the text to be italic, but it's a very important thing that on my page, on my personal page, every link that you select and open will open in a new tab. And for someone who's navigating using a screen reader, that's really important. They need to know, am I suddenly going to be taken to a new page on the tab where I currently am? Or is it going to open a new tab and I'm going to need to navigate back to the tab I was on before? Otherwise, they have no way to know that. So for me, I used MTag here because I felt like this is something that should be emphasized. This is important for someone using a screen reader. But visually, it makes no difference to a sighted person. They aren't going to notice that the difference between plain italics and this. But that's the plus of using these specific tags. Now, could I have done this styling in CSS? And that was kind of the question earlier. Could I have done this styling in CSS? Yeah, I absolutely could have. And we're going to see some examples a little bit later where my use of tags versus CSS might be a little dubious. And sometimes that's kind of a judgment call. And so we'll talk about that when we get there, whether that was the right choice or not. But in this case, I think it's the right choice to do it with a tag so that screen readers specifically pick up on this line and say, hey, reminder, anything you click is going to open in a new tab. It's going to take you there. Make sure that you can navigate back. Okay. So emphasis tag there. And yeah, Strain says it's always important to be able to justify your choices, whatever you choose. Exactly. As long as you're not choosing at random, then it's a good start at least. Italics is one keystroke shorter. Yeah, if that's your main concern, then I think your heart's in the wrong place. And then also in my header, I have an H2 for my socials. And then I put my socials in a nav. I'm not sure I like this, but I'm still kind of experimenting here. But I did put all my socials in a nav in a list. And I'm just going to copy and paste this because I sure as heck ain't typing it out. So these are all my socials, but we're going to take a closer look at this. Actually, I think it's time for a break. All right, so we're going to take a break. And then when we come back, we're going to look at some of the extra things that I did with these links to make sure that they are accessible and to make sure that they are descriptive for somebody who's using a screen reader. And yes, we're going to do a poll about which bear is best. That was requested a little bit ago by somebody, Dev Puddle. So I'm going to set out that poll during the break. So be sure you stick around so you can vote on which bear is best. And then when we get back, we're going to start talking about we're going to start applying some of our ARIA labels, some of our accessibility labels, some of our specific ARIA attributes, and learning what those are and what those are for. Okay. Dr. Moto says, "Girl, are you even using Prettier?" I am not, and I can talk about that too. But I save this for now, and then we're going to go on break, and I'm going to set up that poll. All right, I'll see you back here in a minute. Poll is running now. It'll be live for 10 minutes, so hurry up and get in there and vote. right, folks, we got about a minute left in the break and about 7 minutes or so left in the poll. So don't forget to participate in that. You can find it at the top of the chat window. Just click on that and then click to vote. And so far, it looks like a lot of people like panda bears. So if you like other types of bears, you got to get in there and, mark your vote. Oh, yeah, and also come on back whenever you're ready. Make sure that you are drinking water. Make sure that you're stretching if you can. Use the restroom, do all those kind of things. Pet your cats, pet your dogs, pet your significant other with their permission, of course, and then come back. Alrighty, and we are back. Good to see everybody again. There's some bear discussion in chat. It's Baloo. Tailspin is king. Yeah, I just learned recently that show only had one season, which is wild, right? You'd think it would be longer, but nope. Um, yeah, and I see some love there for Crispy Nugget in chat. Very well deserved. I don't know if you noticed, but all the music tracks that I use for my intro and break, those are composed and written from scratch by Crispy Nugget. They're a fantastic musician. Please follow Chris on Twitter at Crispy Nugget. They have a entire freaking album that's coming out soon. It's all 100 Devs related content. I've had a listen. It's really great. Some banger tracks in there. And actually, I'm planning on swapping out my tracks here pretty soon, just to showcase some more of Chris's work. I just keep forgetting to do it, but I love these tracks a lot. But there's a lot of other bangers on the album, so I'll be swapping them out soon when I remember to showcase more. Yeah, check out Chris's work. I do the bear poll. Yeah, it's available at the top of chat right now, so feel free to vote. Chris says a small synthwave EP will be released soon. The EP started off as a single track, but bloomed into a small run EP in collaboration with Mindwolf and a few 100 Devs musician community members. Yeah, really excited about that. Panda Bear is best bear. Bare Naked Ladies didn't make the list. I actually genuinely I love that band. They're great. If you're wondering what we're talking about, it's a band. They're fantastic. Love their work. I have several of their albums. Dev Puddle said, "What's a sun bear?" First I've heard of it. It's a really cool bear. They've got it's got um like a like a gold sort of a crescent on its chest. It's a really cool looking bear. Yeah, they're neat. They're a neat animal. It was either that or koala bear, and I was like, sun bear is more bear than koalas. So no love for black bear. I don't know if anybody's no. There's two people have voted for it. It's black bear is tied with grizzly bear right now. So there's no love. What's happening here is there are no love for the North American bears at all. Yeah, unfortunately, they're too common. Everybody sees them around, and no love for the polar bears because everybody, they're super vicious and they'll eat your face apparently. But we'll see. It's not poll's not over. There's still like 3 minutes left, so get in there. All right, let's talk about accessibility and ARIA. So as a reminder, we mentioned before, ARIA is the Accessible Rich Internet Applications, I don't know, labeling scheme. And what it is, it's basically an extra attribute that you can add to your HTML tags to make them more understandable to a screen reader. So exactly what it's for, what it's doing. Now, does that mean that you need to add an ARIA label to every single HTML tag that you use? No. As we read earlier in the MDM web docs, it's important. The best thing that you can do is use the correct HTML tags for the correct applications. If you are doing that, then screen readers will be able to tell what a tag is supposed to be for, right? If it's a H1 and it's a header, then the screen reader is going to treat it like a header. And if you used it properly, then everything's going to be fine. If your layout makes sense, if your tags make sense, you're going to be fine for the most part. However, there are times when ARIA labels can make things better on top of the correct tags that you're already using. No Care Bears. No fictional bears, only real bears. So let's talk about ARIA. So we can see my first use of an ARIA label here. And I used it on this nav tag that I put in because this nav tag isn't strictly a traditional nav bar, right? This is a single page website. And traditionally we would use nav bars for navigating between the different pages of a website. And so here I've added a little bit of extra context to show like, hey, this navigation isn't for internal links, it's for external links. It's still going to be a big long list of links. So, I used a nav tag, it's for navigation, it's just a big list of links. But specifically, screen readers will read this aloud and they will say, hey, this is a list of, to whoever's listening, and they'll say, navbar, social media links. And so they'll know what they're getting into as they're looping through all of these links. They won't be expecting more pages. They're going to be expecting a bunch of social media links. So that's what this ARIA label is for. Then we go into our list. And inside of our list, we have our individual list items. And I'm also using a strong tag here. We'll talk about that in a second. But first, I want to go into my link tag, my anchor tag here. And we've got the usual stuff, which is, the href, which is the link, the external link to where this is going. But I also added an ARIA label here to each one of these social media links to say, hey, this is where it's going specifically. Now, yeah, all right, if it reads the word Twitter, they're probably going to be able to surmise that whatever link follows that Twitter label is going to take you to Twitter. But just to be clear, so so they can know for sure, I'm spelling out exactly where this link is going. So by clicking on this right here, it will take them to the Twitter profile for Mayan Wolf, right? And the next one here for Blue Sky, the ARIA label says specifically Blue Sky profile for Mayan Wolf. So this particular, label right here for Blue Sky, they may not know necessarily where it's going to take them on Blue Sky or where it's going to take them on Twitter. Is it just going to take them to twitter.com? Where is it going to take them? By specifying the ARIA label here, we're saying, hey, this is going to take you straight to my Twitter profile, to my Blue Sky profile, whatever. So it's just more clarification. Poll ended. Everybody said that the best bear was Panda Bear. Not surprising. They are thoroughly adorable, and they are probably the least likely type of bear to eat your face. So I can see why folks chose that one. Good choice. Hey, Antonio. We're looking at, we started out looking at Google Lighthouse scores. Google Lighthouse is a way that you can measure the performance, the best practices, the accessibility, and the SEO of your website directly in the browser. And right now I'm talking about specifically my website and how I used ARIA labels to make it more accessible. Knockout says, how effective will ARIA labels be for SEO? I'm not sure how much ARIA labels contribute directly to SEO, but I do know that Google will favor sites that are that basically conform to its guidelines and standards. So if your site is built better and follows more of the rules, then it's more likely to be searchable and and Google's more likely to rank it higher. So it can't hurt. Antonio says, "Oh, I see. Can you say why section didn't get default role like why section didn't get default role like nav main?" I'm not quite sure what you're asking there. I apologize. Feel free to ask again. But in this case, for this nav label here, I used a label to say like specifically this is a navigation for social media links. And then for each one of the links in here, I spelled out exactly where it's going to take them. So if they go to Twitch, it's going to take them straight to my Twitch channel. If they go to the YouTube link, it's going to take them straight to my YouTube channel. And if they go to the website link, it's basically just going to be recursive and it's going to take them back to where they already are. Now, another thing you might notice here is that I used strong tags for each of these items. Now, how does that look on the page? You can see them right here. And we kind of talked about this before. I used strong tags here. Thick. Yeah. I used strong tags here, but visually, I could have also just used the B tag, right? B for bold. So again, visually, B and strong look exactly the same on the page. To a sighted person, they look exactly the same, but they are treated differently by screen readers. Screen readers, just like the M tag, the EM tag, screen readers can read the strong tag and it's treated in a similar way. The screen reader says, "Oh, this person wanted this to be emphasized. This screen reader wanted it. This person who built this site thought this text was important." Mattel says, "So does this preclude the use of alt tags, or should they be used in addition to ARIA tags?" You should. So if you have an image, you should use an alt tag. full stop. If you have an image, you should use an alt tag, because that's useful for both screen readers and sighted people. It works the same for both. So use an alt tag instead. ARIA labels are a supplement if there's going to be any confusion or ambiguity about what's happening with the tag you're using. So you can read more about it, and I would recommend that you do. But like they, on like the MDN emphasizes multiple times, they say it supplements your HTML, right? So alt is like a default attribute of the image tag, right? It's already there. So you should use that. But if there's a case of ambiguity or confusion over why a tag might be used or how a tag is being used, then you can add an ARIA attribute to make it clearer. Yeah. Yeah. And if we're talking specifically about the section tags, we're going to get there in just a minute. I have some examples of that on the page as well. So we'll talk about section tags in just a sec. Yep. Oh, I see your question. Okay, we'll get there in just a sec. Don't worry. And if you hover over it, you can see, what this is. So basically, it's just a string value that labels the current attribute. So the screen reader will, read aloud this text to show the screen reader user exactly where they're going to be going. Because can you imagine if you are a screen reader user, you can't see these links. You don't know, maybe exactly where it's going to take you, especially if the link, let's say that, the descriptive text of the link, like inside the anchor tag here, let's say that, it was just like link. You didn't spell it out, right? Maybe it's just link. And it might be obvious to a sighted person where that's going, but to a screen reader user, not always. So that they could end up somewhere where they really didn't intend. So if you are labeling it, then you can give them a better sense of exactly where they're going to end up, so they'll be more oriented when they get there. And so that's what I did here. The other unusual thing you might notice is these target and rel attributes. And essentially, all these are doing is they're just forcing the link to open in a new tab. That's not something you need to do. That's just something I wanted to do. I didn't want folks to go to a social media profile and then have to use the back arrow to go back to the main page. So if you ever want to force a link to open in a new tab using HTML, you can just add these two attributes to your anchor tag, and that will force new tab. Copperly says, I also use rel. Awesome. Yeah, I like the new tab thing. All right, so we get done with this, and essentially that's the end of my header. And then next we head into sort of the meat of the site, right? The main content. We're out of the social, quick social links, and now we're actually going to head into the main part of the site. And so since we're heading into the main part of the site, that's when we transition into the main tag. Rel going straight into anchor. Yeah, it's a useful thing. And I think it's a thing that I'd used once or twice and I kind of forgot about it. And I was like, I know there's a way to do this. And so, yeah, I had to Google it again to remember how to do the new tab thing. Because there's nothing more annoying than, you click on a link on a website and then, maybe you go and you look and it's, oh, that's not where I meant to be. And then you have to like back to get back to the site where you were. So I prefer to definitely open it in a new tab. Antonio says, do you do skip navigation thing? That's a great question. So a lot of the times with really accessible websites, if it's true navigation, you will see also a button that allows the screen reader user to literally skip all of this stuff, everything in the navigation, all the headers, menu bars, and go straight down to the main content. There'll be a specific button there that allows them to do that. And it just all it does is it just skips directly to the main tag. I thought about doing that here. I ended up not, just because this really isn't like a traditional nav bar and header. It's more of just a quick reference for social media links. So I didn't want folks to just necessarily automatically skip the social media links. However, if it becomes a problem, I sent it to a couple folks who use screen readers. And they were fine with the way it was. They wanted to see the social media links and read through them. But I mean, I could definitely add that button in the future. Yeah. But yes, that's a good point. That's something you'll see a lot on, the on screen reader friendly sites is a skip to main content button. Yeah. Hey, Champo. Good to see you. Okay, so out of the header, the next thing I just did was sorry. Oh, below the nav, the other thing I added was just an HR for a line. That's purely a visual element. All it does is just draw a line from margin to margin. On the page, it looks like this right here. Just a little line. It just breaks up the content, and it really doesn't do anything to mess up screen readers or anything like that. Just a line goes across the page and kind of separates out the content. And so in my main is where we start having big blocks of text, right? We start having, big paragraphs and splashes of text. And so what I decided to do here is have like an H2 and a paragraph. So this stuff right here, but I wrapped it in a section. And this is what, oops. This is what we kind of touched on earlier to say, like, what's up with the labeled by thing on the section. Antonio says, wait, did Leon say he lost a friend because of HRBR? I don't remember that, but that's an interesting story. I don't remember that specific reference. No, I don't remember it either. Could be possible. I know Leon was very strict about separation of concerns, but that if you're too strict on that, that can get you in trouble when you get into more complicated stuff like React. So I've never been too spicy about separation of concerns, really. Nerd fights. Yeah, exactly. So I wrapped these paragraphs in a section, and that section now has the ARIA labeled by attribute of about me. So what's happening here? Well, essentially, we gave our H2 an ID value of about me. And so when a screen reader, oh, thank you for the follow, Major Shepherd and Sir Vegano. But okay, so you remember it's Saint Digital. Okay, you'll have to tell the story at some point. So when a screen reader encounters this section tag, it's literally going to say something like starting area about me. And so the person using the screen reader is going to know that every paragraph until the end of the section is meant to belong together. You're not going into a new topic. Like, this is all the same topic. No matter how many paragraphs it is, it's all the same topic. And yeah, we have it under an H2, but it's just more insurance for the screen reader user to say, hey, I'm still reading about the same thing. And then when it gets to the end of the section, it's actually going to say like end area. It's going to be like, all right, end area about me. And then we can go into a new topic. We can start a new section with a new topic. So that's what this is for. Now, as far as why section doesn't have its own like specific attribute, I don't know for sure. That's something I haven't researched enough. But what this ARIA labeled by is doing is you can specify which element you want to get the label for this from. So essentially, what element, what HTML element is this section referencing? And in this case, this section is referencing the title of the section, which is about me. And so kind of like when we do a label on an input box. So think about this. When we do a label on an input box, right, we have to give that input box an ID value. And then on the label, we have to say labeled by, and then the input box it belongs to. So we're doing the exact same thing here. We're saying, all right, this H2 is called about me. And so now this section is going to get the about me label attached to it, just like a label on an input box. Yes, Antonio, yeah. So none of this will be seen by a sighted person who's looking at the webpage normally, but it will be caught by a
Strange Shadow Song just redeemed IRL word ban.
I'll try my best, Trey, and I'll try not to say that word. But the text will be caught and understood by a screen reader. So specifically in the case of a section tag like this, it'll literally get to it and it'll say, start of essentially this section. And then when it gets to the closing tag, it'll say end of this section. And so that lets the screen reader user know, all right, this is all the same topic. And then when it gets to the end, then we're moving on to a different topic. So in a very small website like this, that's maybe not crucial. But if you're dealing with a lot of text or maybe some dense or confusing text where the transitions from topic to topic aren't clear, you can kind of clear that up by just wrapping each topic in a section tab and using the labeled by attribute to create a sort of boundaries around that topic. Okay, and then so I kind of did that for each section. And if you'll notice, if you peek into the text here, we can see that I did use an M tag again to essentially italicize the word Star Trek. Now, I think this was a bad idea, and I'm going to change this. Why is this a bad idea? If I use the M tag to properly, using proper English grammar to italicize the word Star Trek. Why, considering that we talked about M tags previously, why should I change this? Why is this bad? Versus, I'll give you some help here, versus my other use of the M tag up top where I said, note, all links in this page will open in a new tab. So why is this one probably a good idea and this one probably a bad idea? Yeah, exactly. In broad strokes, it's not important. I don't want a screen reader to necessarily treat this any differently than regular text. It's really just so that I can italicize it and it follows the rules of English grammar. TV shows, movies, that kind of thing, they need to be italicized. So emphasis text isn't appropriate. However, the I tag would be better because I really just want it to look different to a visually sighted person. Yes, Antonio, I think we talked about this before you got here. M text really is treated differently by a screen reader, and it's actually emphasized. So a screen reader can say, "Oh, the author meant for this to be actually emphasized and made important when it's being read out." So the text up top, I did use the M tag because this is very important. For someone using a screen reader, this text right there that I have highlighted, that is really important. They need to know that every link that they click is going to open to a new tab so they know where to find it. Yeah, and Shay Howe did say something about it. A good reference is the MDN web docs, and I'll actually put that in here. This is talking specifically about like the strong versus bold tags, but it's the same principle. You can look up M versus I tags as well. Yeah. So anyway, this should be, I instead of M. This should be the I tag instead of the M tag, specifically because this doesn't mean anything different to a screen reader user, but it does to a sighted person. So we want to use the tag that only does stuff visually and nothing to do with screen readers. No, no worries, Antonio. That's all. That's all good. There's never a bad reason to review something. So don't worry about it. It's all good. All good. Review is always good, right? That's what Saint Barbara Oakley always said. Never a bad time to review. Now, in the next section, I'm just going to paste this in. We're going to look at it. In the next section, again, I've wrapped it in a section tag and I've put the aria labeled by on it and given it a proper description here. So it'll get the description from this H2 and it'll attach it to this section and it'll wrap the whole thing, kind of some boundaries. Now you will notice that inside of this list, I am using strong tags. Now you might say, well, isn't that the same as this Star Trek thing up here? Why wouldn't you want to use maybe bold tags instead? Because similar to M and I tags, the strong tag does have meaning to a screen reader, while the B tag does not. The B tag is just visual. The strong tag again says, all right, this should be important. This is an important thing to emphasize. Oh, thank you for the follow. It's me, Brooks, and Amat. Thank you both. So here you might say, well, you should change all of these to B tags. But again, it's a bit of a judgment call. But here, I think, oh, there we go. Here, I do think I'm going to leave them as strong tags just because of what I'm trying to emphasize. So in this highlights section specifically, I am trying to emphasize specific parts of my skill set. Like these are things that I want to be bold for both someone who's looking at it visually and for someone who's reading it with a screen reader and listening to it. Like these should be emphasized. This is important to, not just the rules of grammar or English, but to the rules of emphasis and what I mean by the text. And so I think the strong tags are appropriate here. Constance says, does it shout when there's a strong tag? No, and not all screen readers are going to necessarily do this, but it might change the tone, have a different kind of a tone to the readout. Copperly says it's swole. Sorry, my dog is coughing. Antonio says, does it read full words like CSS? Are you talking about what the screen reader does? How it sounds? Like when it's reading the website? Yeah, abbreviation. Oh, you're asking about like SQL, like SQL, this? We actually tested that earlier too. It was kind of funny. So when it's just like the word SQL, it reads it like SQL, like I would say it as a developer. But if it's mixed with other letters like this, then it doesn't necessarily know what it is, and so it says MSSQL. But then for like Postgres here, it says, I think, what did it say? No, I don't remember what it said exactly, but I know for this one it read out each individual letter, but for this it read it like SQL. Yeah. Oh, and Silva, we were talking about meta tags earlier, and Meta apparently also has a really good resource for making sure that you have all the OG tags at heymeta.com. Thank you for that, Silva. If we put abbreviation tag on it and title, would it read full text? Still not quite sure what you're asking there, Antonio. If you put abbreviation tag on in and title, would it read full text? Are you talking about the HTML tags? Yeah, I'm not quite sure what you're asking. If anybody else knows, feel free to say in chat. I'm trying to understand, but I'm not quite getting it. Amat says, are you using VPS or cloud for make your website online? So how it works is I'm building it in VS Code just as plain HTML, and then I put it basically into a Git repository, and then I move that Git repository up into the cloud in GitHub. So in GitHub, it's stored in a cloud repository, and then I'm hosting it on Netlify. So I do believe Netlify is VPS. I'm not 100% sure on that. So I am hosting it on Netlify. So if it is VPS, then the answer is yes. But yeah, so I'm hosting it on Netlify, and I'm using Netlify for my, DNS stuff and my SSL stuff. And it makes it really easy because what happens is Netlify can interface directly with GitHub. So anytime I push something up to GitHub, it automatically syncs with Netlify and it redeploys my website. So for stuff like this, Netlify is a great place to host it. Pretty easy to set up. It took me less than an hour to get everything configured and then get it live and running online. And Netlify is free as well, which is nice. I love it when things are free. The only thing I had to buy was the domain name. Oh, I see. Okay. So if you have the word CSS and nobody knows what this word means, you can put CSS like, okay, specifically using the abbreviation tag. Okay, got it. Title, cascading style sheets, CSS abbreviation. Now, when we hover over CSS, we would see a new small window pop out telling us cascading style sheets. So would the screen reader read the full words or just CSS? I don't know the answer to that. that would be something that if you were going to use that on your site, you would probably want to test. And anybody out there can install a screen reader right now, deploy your website, and see what the screen reader does. You can go to nvda.org. NVDA. Not NVIDIA, sorry, that's a stock. You can go right here, right now, and download NVDA and try it on your application. So check that out. And you can install it right now and play around with it and see what tags work and where you might have to add some ARIA attributes to make things accessible. But yeah, NVDA is a great open source free screen reader that anybody can install, and I suggest that you do it. No worries, Antonio. It's okay. I just wanted to know exactly what you were asking for. Oh, Major Shepherd. Thank you so much.
F4 Major Shepherd just subscribed with Prime.
Thank you so much, Major Shepherd. I appreciate the Prime sub. You're very cool. I think I forgot to do this for somebody else earlier. I apologize. If I ever forget to give you the special sub screen, please call me out. But thank you, Major Shepherd. You're very cool. Let me see. I think Doom Llama. I think I forgot to give you this screen before. So thank you, Doom Llama, for the Prime sub. I appreciate that. And Ellipsis, thank you for the renewal. You're all very cool. Thank you for subscribing. Oh, thank you, Major Shepherd. You're cool too. Yeah, there's other screen readers and there's other sites. This is just a great place to get one. Amat says, "Can I host my MVC application on a private GitHub repository?" Yeah, you can. Most companies, so most corporations that use GitHub, their stuff is all private. So you can host whatever you want, private, public, doesn't matter. Just know that if it is private, like somebody who's looking at your code to maybe give you a job isn't going to be able to see it. But if it's for a client, then you might want it to be private, right? If it's proprietary. So just that's a consideration to make. Oh, and I forgot to say at the beginning, did I not even turn on closed captions? I think I did. Did I not? I didn't even turn on captions. I'm sorry, guys. Nobody mentioned anything, and my little alert, my little bot alert didn't go off either. So, oh well. Okay, let's go back to this. Yeah, the Ally Project. I've heard of that too. Yes. Yeah, thanks for sharing the link string. So Antonio, way you can tell as far as your optimization, like whether you're using appropriate colors and stuff like that, is the Lighthouse tool, which we kind of talked about at the beginning. You can access that tool by right-clicking on your site and choosing Inspect, and then heading to the Lighthouse right here. And then you can generate a Lighthouse report to see how optimized your site is for both mobile and desktop. So we'll see that, because of the stuff we've been talking about, because of the ARIA labels, because of the alt text on images, because of that kind of thing, my site gets a perfect score for desktop. And it gets close to perfect for mobile, just because of these optimizations that aren't necessarily, no, it's okay, Antonio. Just because of these things that aren't necessarily visible to someone who is just using the site normally, but all these things under the hood are really important. So the meta tags that we already talked about, the meta tags that you put in your head, those are important for browsers and for SEO and for people who are linking to your site. Those are really important. The things like image alt text is important for both people who are cited and who are using screen readers. ARIA labels are important for accessibility. Using the correct HTML tags, all those things stack up and add to your score. Yeah, so for mobile, I only really got dinged because my image is too small, and I might fix that or I might not. I don't know. But yeah, so all important stuff. And you can, scan your site and click into each one of the things that it found and figure out what you can fix. Some things you might not be able to fix, but all you can do is your best, right? Okay, so let's go back to the code here. We talked about using aria labeled by to classify sections and where they start and where they end. And we talked about using strong versus bold labels here. I'm using strong because I want this text to be emphasized and treated as important for both sighted people and for screen reader users. Again, for a link right here, I'm linking to a specific part of the page, and the link is really gnarly and long and kind of gross. I wouldn't want a screen reader to read this link out because it looks terrible, right? It's got a lot of symbols in it, and it just wouldn't process well for a screen reader. And it's also here, the descriptive text inside of the anchor tag isn't very clear either. It's just one word. So no matter which one the screen reader tries to read, it's not going to really tell the user where they're going. So I put an ARIA label on it to say 100 Devs Educational Program website. I could probably even make it more descriptive, even better. But for the most part, I think it's better than what was already there. And here for the resume link, I'm basically saying detailed resume as a PDF because a screen reader might not even be able to read that. So are they even going to bother clicking on it? Maybe not, because it's stored as a PDF, and I don't know if that could be compatible with a screen reader or not. So those are the types of things that can come in handy if you label them properly. Exactly. Yeah. Sometimes we want to hide things from people who can see and only show them to screen readers. Sometimes we want to not clutter a screen reader up with a bunch of stuff that, is visible. So that's why it's vital that you use the correct tags and, not rely on styling to tell your user necessarily where to go. You should always have the correct tags in the correct places so that a screen reader can navigate without visual clues. And any images should have alt text, and you can use these ARIA attributes that aren't visible to sighted people to make a screen reader easier to navigate. All right, let me see. Oh, we're going to skip the last section because it's really nothing new. But the last part of my site here is a footer. So the footer is below the main. And again, this is just using the correct tag for the correct job, right? We're out of the main content section of the site. Yes, as Copperly says, like how we hid the icons from screen readers last week. That's a great callback. Yes. So last week we were working with an app that used emoji, and it just used some emoji like sort of in the middle of the layout for a little visual flair. It was just little fun dog face emojis like in a line across the site. And if you're a sighted person, that looks adorable, right? Cute little line of dog emojis going across the site, breaking apart the layout a little bit. However, think about what would happen if you were using a screen reader and you were going through the site with a screen reader. It would literally get to that line and it would say dog emoji, dog emoji, dog emoji, dog emoji, dog emoji before you could get to the next part of the page. And yeah, exactly. Like Strain says, dog emoji, dog emoji, dog emoji, dog emoji. Like that does nothing for them. It's just annoying. And so we added an attribute to that element that just said literally like aria what was it aria hidden, and it just means that screen readers will just skip that entirely. Like it doesn't do anything for them, it doesn't help at all, it's just a little bit of styling flavor, and the tag does nothing other than contain these dog emojis. And so we added the aria hidden attribute so that it doesn't clutter up the layout for them and confuse things. So it's not always about adding more description to a tag. Sometimes it might be hiding it from a screen reader entirely. And so there's a ton of ARIA attributes that you can add. So I would suggest checking out the MDN if you want to learn about more attributes. There's an absolute ton. And you can think about which ones you might want to use in your application. So for pictures, you can do Alt empty and it would skip it. Also, this is great because screen readers would start to read the file name. Well, so I would caution against leaving alt text empty. Like we just talked about, you should use alt text. You should fill it in. Because what if you are a visual person, you are a sighted person, and the link to that image is broken? It can't load. What you're going to see instead is the alt text. And that's important because it gives context about what was supposed to be there. So you shouldn't skip alt text. You should fill it in. Yeah, it's not great. It's you need to fill in the alt text because it's not just for screen reader users, it's for sighted people as well. If your image gets broken or something, the page fails to load, at least they can read the alt text and they can see what was supposed to be there in the first place. Yeah, unless it serves like literally no purpose, then why would you have an image in the first place, right? So I would always fill it in if you can. Yeah. And I've even done things like I've even used like Copper Lily says in some frameworks, that's a great point. Some frameworks force you to use alt text. You can't leave it blank; it won't let you. So Astro makes you use alt text. Yep, because it's that important. It's a default part of the image tag, so we should fill it in. Yeah, and certain screen reader users may have preferences on like what they prefer, right? But I'm speaking kind of from like thinking about both the sighted people and the screen reader users that are trying to use your site. And so to be the most beneficial for the most people, you're probably going to want to fill in that alt tag. Yeah, because it's also beneficial for the sighted people if the image fails to load. Yeah, if you have the same alt description as the text that comes after it, sure, but hopefully your alt description is a little bit more detailed than that. And I've even done stuff like used like if you're if you don't feel like writing alt text, you're not sure what to write, just put the image into Chat GPT and have it generate the alt text for you. Just say, hey, describe this image, and Chat GPT can describe it for you. Whoops, I bumped something. Chat GPT can describe it for you and just have it generate alt text for you. Yep. All right, last part of the page here. So we finished up with our main section, or our main content here, and now we're heading into the footer. So again, here, specifically using an H3 tag, because this is a little bit of a smaller bit of the page. Oh, and thank you for the follow, Birmingham13. Appreciate that. Once again, we've got the same type of anchor tags with their labels on them. Yep, 2 anchor tags, both with labels, and then the end of the footer. So nothing really crazy here. And then closing body and closing HTML tags. So that's really it for the site. But I think you can kind of see how there's a lot of the site visually looks fairly simple, right? If you just look at this, if you just open the site and look at it, looks like there's not a lot going on here. It's barely more than a web 1.0 level kind of a basic site. But under the hood, the thing that makes those Lighthouse scores so good is all the extra refinements that go into it, all the accessibility improvements, having the appropriate meta tags in the header, uh, excuse me, improving links, and finally, the final thing that really pushed those Lighthouse scores over the edge was the styling. So there's only a few lines of styling here, and we're almost out of time, but I'm going to grab them and just drop them in. We can look at it. Now, I could create a new file here called style.css, but let's say I want to be a little bit of a baddie, and I want to only partially separate my concerns. How would I do that? Let's say I don't want to create a separate file because I don't have enough CSS to really do that. So what would I do instead? If I didn't want to create a separate file for my CSS, blend our concerns. Hey, sweetness, welcome. What would I do instead? I could do inline HTML styling, but that's a little bit farther. That's a little bit too far even for me. Like, I ain't doing that inline stuff. No. we're gonna still try to keep things a little bit separate, and we're just gonna drop this in a style tag. Yeah. Locality of behavior, yes. Put it in the head, yes. Yep. Exactly. So we'll grab this and I'll just talk about what each element of the styling is doing. All right, so we got some general body styles here. The margin, what this is doing is it's centering the text on the page, and it's basically putting a hard margin around it. Or sorry, it's centering the text on the page, and it's putting a hard margin on the top and bottom specifically. Yeah. So the auto here is centering it in the middle. And then the max width is essentially making sure that the text doesn't go from edge to edge on the page. So max width on the text is that. Line height is a little bit larger. Font size is a little bit larger. This is just changing the defaults and adjusting them up a little bit. The color is changing the font size from black to sort of gray. The padding, again, we're just putting a little padding around it. Font family, I just don't like serif fonts. That's a me thing. We talked about it a little bit earlier, though, and I think most folks agreed that sans serif fonts, like the fonts that you're seeing on Twitch in chat right now, all of those are sans serif fonts. They don't have the little curly bits on them. At smaller sizes and at higher resolutions, I think sans serif fonts are easier to read, especially on mobile. I know that personally, I wouldn't want to look at a serif font on mobile. I think that would be pretty terrible. With those little tiny pixels, I just think that would not be a good thing. So I've changed it to sans serif, just using something simple like Arial or Helvetica. And then the background color, a nice sort of a tan rather than pure white that burns your eyes. Dr. Moto says, I use Identifont a lot to reverse engineer fonts. Yeah, and you'd be surprised if you find a font that you like on a particular web page, you can usually find an imitation, if not the official one. Sometimes they're using an open source font, but if it's a proprietary font, like something that the company created, you can usually find a very close imitation without too much trouble, just by Googling for it. Kabuli says, another thing about accessibility is that using pixels is discouraged. Better to use relative units like em and rem, especially for font sizes. Yes, in general. For this site, I think we're safe here, but I do agree with that. If I was using, if I was working on a particularly complex page with a lot of layout elements that would need to be fully responsive and adjust, then yes, I would normally use em and rem for that. And you'll see that on a lot of my applications. I do use em and rem. Yep. B already says, is there a way you can also enable stream in 720p for those with weak hardware? You should be able to adjust the stream quality. I'm not sure exactly how that works for the viewers. Yeah, exactly. RDT says mouse over the screen and right click, and in settings, you should be able to set the source quality. I think there's a way to do it, definitely. Asab, thank you so much for the follow. And DevXmen also, thank you for the follow. Dr. Moto says, for me, I can't make it less than 1440p for some reason. Interesting. Well, yeah, interesting. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know exactly how to adjust it down because, I'm the one streaming it out. I'm not watching it. But if anybody knows for sure how to adjust the stream quality downward, I think subscribers can change screen quality, but I remember that was for moving it up from, like full HD to higher. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. That is interesting. I'll check my Twitch settings just to make sure that that's not something I have to manually enable from the stream side. I don't know why I would. I mean, if YouTube can do it, I would think that Twitch can do it, but interesting. Constance says, I've never seen it that high before. Yeah, I have a high resolution monitor, so that's probably why. I've got a whatever's above HD. I've got a whatever one of those is. Okay. I'll check my Twitch settings and make sure that that's not something I have to turn on that lets me, lets people move things down. I'll have to double check that. Because yeah, if you have got a slow internet connection, I can see why it would be buffering. However, if you are having trouble watching me live, um, you can always watch the recording, the VOD. It's actually available right now. So if you head to my main channel and you click on the videos tab, you can find all my past streams from the past 60 days, including this one that's happening right now. You can rewind it right now and start from the beginning. So if you're having trouble watching me live and live streaming, you could always just go to the recording, let it load a little bit, and watch it there. That might let you adjust the quality there. I don't know. Okay, so we talked about background color. We're increasing our line height here a little bit. Here, all I'm doing is I'm just setting the link color. So for our anchor tags, I wanted them to be dark green instead of blue. And then for the image, so this is also something that Google checks, and we saw this earlier in the stream. So my Lighthouse score dipped because I didn't specify a specific width and height for my image. So once I did, then my Lighthouse score went back up to 100 because I specifically declared a width and height for my image. And really, all this is doing is just centering the image on the screen. And then finally, we have our media query. And what this is doing here is improving my score for the mobile version of the website. And the reason that is because if I take this away, actually, we can go ahead and I'm going to do that on the real one. I'm going to do that. And I'm going to show you the difference. Let's do that real quick. I'm going to take away that media query. I'll just comment it out in the real version. And then we'll push it up to GitHub. And then we'll run Lighthouse again. Save. Okay. That. Then push. Yeah, I'll look for that BRD. No worries. All right. So I've deployed. It's going, and Netlify should be deploying it now. It takes usually a few seconds. No, Lighthouse. Yeah, Antonio, Lighthouse works locally. I'm using the real version because I already have it deployed, so why not? Kevin says, Maya, are you going to process your website assets for deployment? I really don't have that many. They're very small, so I'm just using them raw, and just from the assets folder, just grabbing them that way. I'm not doing anything special for. I'm not using a compiler or a web, anything like Vite or whatever to, package this stuff. It's just going straight up. It's such a simple site. It doesn't need it. All right, it should be deployed now. We'll double check and we'll see. If I scrunch this down, yeah. So so now you can see the text is smaller. It's not being resized for mobile. So if we run Lighthouse now, we should see a difference. I don't have a Mastodon account. I do have a Blue Sky account, but no Mastodon account specifically. Honestly, I post on Blue Sky and I post on Threads, but I get no traction there. Nobody uses it. Let's see. So we should see. Yeah. So I got dinged pretty hard. I'm not Dr. Moto. I honestly am not. But I get no traction on any other platform other than Twitter. So I have to use it. I wish I didn't. I really do. I would love it if people went over to Blue Sky. I even put a tweet out saying, hey, go follow me on Blue Sky. And I didn't get nothing. So, I got to keep posting on Twitter because that's where folks are that actually interact with my stuff. And so I have to. But so look here on SEO for the mobile version, I got dinged because my tap targets, which are the things, that you click on with your fingers, tap, tap, the things you click on with your fingers are not properly sized, and it's dinging me for literally every single one of my links. So in order to make it mobile friendly, the easiest way for me to do that was just bump up the font size a little bit in mobile. Now, are there other things I could do, like make specific buttons or, other mobile specific fixes? Yeah, technically, but this doesn't seem to damage the readability of the page, and it makes the stuff big enough to tap. So I'm putting the font size increase back. And committing it. There we go. And redeploying. Okay. So once I do that, then if we were to run this again, we would see that my SEO bounces back up to about 100 because the stuff is big enough to click on. But what's interesting is that Google classifies like the clickability of a mobile site like this. It like this is under SEO, which you would think might be under like best practices, right? You would think that that something like the clickability of the links on your site would be under best practices, but no, it's not. It's Google is literally using how mobile friendly your app is in order to see how your site is going to be ranked in search. So that's the kind of thing that I didn't really think about beforehand, but now it's like, oh, well, okay, I guess my site does have to be mobile friendly to a degree so it actually shows up in a Google search. Antonio says many people lose so many hours doing layout on projects because they don't understand what's going on and how things work. Yeah, it's easy to get caught up in the colors and the layout and the styling, right? When you forget about and then you forget about what your site is actually for, which is delivering content from you or your client to the user. It's just a way to get content from, from their brains to the viewer's eyeballs or their ears alternatively. And so that's the most important thing is can you deliver that content quickly, efficiently and accessibly? Flexbox Froggy should come with a cert. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I mean people do want to get a job as soon as possible, but if they don't if they aren't aware of how to design a good website, then you're just going to end up with more crappy websites. And I think there's a lot of crappy websites out there. Yeah, not everyone has time to learn. That's true, but still, I feel like the internet is awash with a lot of bad habits. We kind of talked about this earlier, and all we can do is try to just be a little bit better in our own creations and to make the experience of the internet a little bit better for everybody out there, a little at a time. Yeah, so as you can see, I mean, the styling here is very minimal, but it all serves a purpose. There's nothing here that's really superfluous or unnecessary or extra. Every line of this styling does something important. Be the change you want to see. Exactly. Yeah. All right. So we covered a lot of stuff today. But I hope y'all got something out of it, particularly in the area of accessibility and how you can make your sites better and easier to use for people who don't navigate the internet in a traditional way. People who use screen readers or other accessible software. And have fun with Lighthouse. Go to, like we talked about this at the beginning of the stream. Go to your favorite website, whatever that is. It doesn't have to be your personal site. It could be any site. I don't care. It could be, the could be the MDN. We could run Lighthouse on the MDN and see how does that do. Go to your favorite site and see what they're doing poorly and what they might be able to improve. So let's run it for Lighthouse. What are they doing well? Or let's run it for, run it for the MDN web docs. And I actually did run Lighthouse on itself. I went to like the Lighthouse docs page and I ran it there just to see. Yeah. So MDN, it's got really great SEO. It's got really great accessibility. So you would hope so. You would hope that the MDN docs page would be really accessible. But they, performance and best practices, maybe not great. Copperly says, definitely going to start using more meta tags. Awesome. Yeah. Yeah, it could be my extensions. Who knows? Yeah. there's other things that could go into this, such as Chrome extensions like AdBlock, um, other tools that are scanning the page while it's trying to load, that kind of thing. Yeah. So, but if you don't know how to fix your own site, just go and run Lighthouse on one of your favorite sites and see what it says. Go through and read each of the categories down below and see what it's telling you about that site. How might they be able to fix it? What's happening? Layout shifts, CSS that's not being used, that kind of thing. What can they do to make it better? It's not bad. I wouldn't say it's bad. No. I think it's doing well it's doing well in accessibility. It's great in accessibility. It's great in SEO, and that goes pretty far. But, they've got some other stuff that they could probably work on. And also, too, there could be other things affecting this run of Lighthouse, like it said. So it says you should audit this page in an incognito window. It's telling me not to run it in my regular browser. It's saying do it in an incognito window to get a better view of what's happening. So make sure that you're actually reading the results as well. Yeah. Yeah, and Dr. Moto says it gets exponentially harder with complexity. Exactly. So kind of talked about that before, but I didn't really spell it out, in that if you are the more complex you make your site and the more frameworks you use and the more layers you add, the harder it gets to optimize this stuff. So I would say if you don't need a framework, don't use a framework. If you can build it just with, plain HTML, then build it with plain HTML. If you want to practice using a framework, obviously you can, but if it doesn't need one, then it's going to be harder to optimize in the long run. Yeah. The simpler it is, the easier it is to optimize. So it's a trade-off. I know where there's so many bad sites. Yeah. Yeah. Well, and some of this stuff I didn't even know until I started working on this page. Just as I started looking at these Lighthouse scores, they're very descriptive, and it tells you exactly what to fix. And it's like, oh, I didn't even think of this stuff before. Like, gosh, why didn't I didn't know this. And so it can be really educational just looking at the results. Yeah, exactly. As I like to say, it's not about what that all these frameworks. It's about, do you know the right tool for the right job? Yep. All right, we'll take the next 15 minutes here or so here. I'm happy to answer any questions or discuss whatever you like. But yeah, I think we're through with the content I wanted to talk about. I hope you got something out of it. And then we'll just hang out here for the next 15 minutes or so and talk about whatever. I like to do that at the end of my streams, just so we can kind of get out of, learning mode and go into more fun mode and just talk about what you guys want to talk about. I think somebody asked earlier. I want to scroll back up to it. I saw it, but I didn't want to answer it right at that moment. Let me find it. Hang on. Sorry, scrolling. I like having active chatters. I'll find it. Artie asked, did 100 devs start again? The short answer to that is no. The longer answer is it's not going to start on March 5th. That was the original time it was planned. Yeah, it is gamification, Copper Lily. Yeah, that makes it more fun, right? When you can high score. Can you get a high score on your app? So yes, 100 Devs Cohort 3 is not starting on March 5th. That was the tentative date. It was never officially announced, so keep that in mind. March 5th was never set in stone, but unfortunately, it will not be starting on March 5th. Last Wednesday, our primary fiscal sponsor, the nonprofit that holds our funds, they shut down. They literally put out an announcement saying, we are closing. Bye. And so we have to immediately move all of our funds from all of our clients out of this fiscal sponsor and find another one. We don't know who that's going to be. We're looking right now. Leon's got lawyer stuff he's working on and meeting with people and that kind of thing, just trying to find a place to put our money. Now, to be clear, this place that closed down, which is called the Open Collective Foundation, this fiscal sponsor that closed down, they were not bankrolling us with their money. They were, again, acting as a fiscal sponsor, which means they were holding the money that we got from our clients. So our clients were the ones that were going to give us some extra funds. However, with us just being group of, volunteer people on a Discord. We needed all the appropriate lawyer stuff and tax stuff to handle the money appropriately and make sure that everything is, accounted for and transparent and, completely within the law. And so we use a fiscal sponsor, which is very common for projects to do. That's extremely common practice. Unfortunately, the one we chose closed down last week unexpectedly. So we have to get our money out, move it to a new fiscal sponsor before we can think about starting the cohort. Yeah. I think the cohort roughly might take around 8 months. So whenever we start, just think about 8 months from there. Yeah, I mean, legally they have to return the money. They can't just keep it. But it is very clear. They did state very clearly on their website that if any person, essentially, if any person that they are holding money for, any project that they are holding money for, if anybody does not get their money out by December of this year, which sounds like a long time, but it's not really. If any of their holdees doesn't get their money out by December, then the OCF is just going to be like, they're just going to do whatever they want with it. So, which probably means send it to another one of their, nonprofit groups for to be spent at their discretion, essentially. So we really need to get our money out of there. Mawe says, random question. Do you speak any other human language other than English? Yo hablo un poco español, but not a lot. I can read Spanish better than I can write it, or sorry, better than I can speak it. Definitely. I'm not great at speaking Spanish. But being an American, unfortunately, we are not generally taught other languages, which is a real shame. I wish that we were. Really, the only other language most children learn is Spanish, and I didn't start learning another language until I was in high school. So we miss out on a lot of that early language learning ability. So unless your parents speak another language, most Americans don't really learn another language. Yeah, folks in Europe and folks in other countries generally learn far more languages than Americans do. We're rather isolated in our we have the privilege of English being a very common language all over the world, and so it's often not seen as a necessity. Bien poquito español. No worries, Mawe. Hey, I told you that's what the last part of the stream is for. It's just for talking about whatever and totally irrelevant questions. I love it. I love that you asked that. Dr. Moto says, I still don't get how money is involved. Yeah, so in the last cohort, there was no money involved. But this cohort, the goal is not to, I don't know, have people pay 100 devs and then us, pay ourselves with that money. It's more about Leon wants to create a system in which the students who are learning, their time is valuable, right? I mean, time is money. It literally is. And so the time that people spend learning is time that they potentially could be spending somewhere else, flipping burgers and making money, right? They could be making money doing something else. Instead, they're choosing to spend their time learning. And so wouldn't it be great if we could help them with that and give them some kind of a stipend for that learning? And so that was the goal there. I have no idea how that's going to work. I have no details on that, so don't even ask me. But the goal there was to help fund learning by divesting some of that money to students. Yeah, exactly. As Strain said, the common phrase is not everyone can afford free. So you can say a program is free, right? Or this program doesn't cost anything, and that's supposed to mean it's accessible for everybody, but it's really not, because not everybody can even afford free. Some people are down to their last dollar, and so any free time they have to spend it flipping burgers and making money, because otherwise they will be broken on the street. And so they don't have the privilege of being able to just sit down and spend an hour learning, because that's an hour that could be spent making money. So what if we could bypass that need and give them the ability to sit down and learn? Yep. Yeah, PhDs get stipends, but masters don't. I always tell people if they want a master's, apply for a PhD so they get the stipend, then drop out. That's funny. Yeah, nothing is free. Everything is in exchange. Uh-huh. Oh, Copper Lily, I'm so glad you're reading that. Yeah, it's such a great book. I love it so much. It's so much. It's so interesting and fun. Although I disagree. There's a couple of the language assumptions that he makes that I do disagree with, just as an American, and he is, originally from England, so there's some differences there. But I mean, overall, it's a great book. It's fantastic. If you're a language nerd, it's a fantastic book. Particularly about if you're interested in, I think what a lot of folks, I agree with this, as a native English speaker, I agree that the English language is terrible. It is difficult to learn. There are too many dialects. There are too many different vocabulary words. The grammar makes no sense. The spelling is really weird. There's no like common sense to any of it. And so if you're ever wondering if you are ever wondering why the English language got so weird, particularly the American version of it, there's a fantastic book called Made in America. And what's the author's name, Copper Lily? I'm blanking right now. I know it exactly, but it's called Made in America, and it's by Bill Bryson. Yeah, it's called Made in America. It's by Bill Bryson, and it's all about how English got so weird. And it's really funny too. It's great. So it's entertaining and educational at the same time. Antonio says, "Where do you see yourself in 10 years?" Hopefully, still doing 100 dev stuff. I'm assuming it's still going to be around. As far as employed, I want to still be working as a developer. I really like doing this. I love the back end, but I mean, will I be a back end dev forever? I don't know. I mean, backend is great. I love SQL. I don't know that I'll be a purely SQL dev forever, considering that I spend most of my days off doing nothing like anything other than SQL. So I feel like I have the flexibility to do whatever kind of development work I want, really. Um, so yeah, if anybody if anybody out there in the audience knows knows of somebody who's hiring for a senior developer role in another framework, React, building APIs, Node, JavaScript, whatever, MongoDB, SQL, don't care. Hey, have them hit me up. I might be interested to hear what they're looking for. Nice, Dr. Moto. So yeah, 10 years swimming in foster kitten fairs. I don't know. I really like not having cat hair everywhere. Like as far as having a full-time cat. With the fosters, I can keep them in one room. And so, just do the cleanup in that one room, get all the hair out of the way. But gosh, as much as I love having my own cat, it's really nice not having hair everywhere. I gotta say. And because my dog doesn't, I have a dog, but he doesn't shed. He's a poodle, so he's doesn't shed hair. I mean, he sheds a little bit, but not like a real shedding dog. And so it's just nice not having all that extra hair around. Yeah, I went from a shedding cat and a shedding dog, a short-haired shedding dog, to from I had two dogs, one that shed, one that didn't, and then down to just the one dog that doesn't shed and no cat, and gosh, my floors stay so much cleaner. Yeah, Dr. Moda says Rockstar Games is hiring. I wouldn't want to work in the game industry personally. I know everybody has their passions. I just would not want to go there myself. It just seems too volatile. I mean, gosh, the tech industry is a little bit of a roller coaster in general, and it seems like the game industry is even worse. Even more likely to just kick you out or have a horrible, sexual harassment culture or whatever. It just seems like too much trouble. So the question there, Antonio, I think is how do some devs become millionaires building their own apps while some people work in in companies as regular coders? Well, I think that's just it's the level of risk, right? If you have your idea for your killer app, then a lot of those folks have to go solo. They have to go. They can't work for a company because they want to own their code, and so They have to go without benefits. They have to go without salaries. They have to go, without all the things, insurance, health insurance. If you're in America, that's very important. Not having health insurance is a big deal. You can go bankrupt, like literally. Even if you have insurance, sometimes you can go bankrupt. But if you don't have insurance, you're sure as hell going to go bankrupt if you get cancer or something like that. And so those people that choose to go off on their own, they're taking a massive risk, and the majority will fail. It's just that's just how it is. Only a few lucky people get through and make $1 million. But if you're working with a company, then you're generally guaranteed a steady income. It might not be as high as Mark Zuckerberg or whatever, but you're getting a steady income, you're getting benefits, you're getting insurance, you're getting stability. You're born in the hair, molded by it. Copperly says, I shed about as much as my cats do. Yeah, I shed quite a bit as well. With this much hair, I do shed. So my shedding is enough. I don't need any more. I had very short hair for a long time. I had pretty much a buzz cut for about an inch long buzz cut with fades on the side for a long time. And so having hair this long is actually very unusual for me. So I still I'm amazed by the amount of just shedding that this produces. Your husky killed your Roomba. That's pretty funny. Hey, Mr. Friend, welcome. Good to see you. You just caught me. We're just about wrapping up. I got like 3 minutes left, and we're gonna wrap it up. So, you just caught it in time. But you can watch the VOD if you want to. Amusing. Thank you for the follow. Good to have you here. Ah, dang. Yeah, you caught the end. Yeah, cybersecurity is a big deal. I mean, there's a lot of things that are a big deal in the new internet. 20 says I'm constantly cleaning my hair off the floor when I stretch. Yeah, yeah. I have to clean my my shower and my bathroom area because anytime I brush my hair, it just goes everywhere. Yep. You had a work question, Dr. Moto? Feel free to ask it. I don't know what you mean by bump your question. Did I miss it? What was your question? Otherwise, while you're thinking about that, I'm going to go ahead and find us someone to raid, and then I'm going to go eat dinner because I am hungry. Oh, Dr. Moto says, I know your job is SQL based, but has web dev stuff spilled into your responsibilities? That's a good question. So, just for context, there, I work as a senior SQL developer. And so really that's all I do all day is SQL, database stuff, really just database stuff, ETL pipelines, that kind of thing. Extremely backend, really no web dev at all. I will say though that doing this stuff on the side, like the free, this sort of building web apps and that kind of thing, it's not necessarily that I've started doing web development at work, but it's more I've been able to branch out a little bit into things like building desktop applications. So building things in C sharp, building Windows tools, Windows desktop applications for my team in order to make their lives easier on the job. So just internal applications, not anything that gets put out there for anybody to use, but really specific applications that help my team do better work more quickly. And so that's been the main takeaway and the main advantage of the stuff I've been doing on the side on the weekends here is just now that I can start building things like desktop apps. Because you set up a site just to take forms for your core group, and now it's like I have to make a whole lab management system for them. Yeah, that's the danger when you start when you start building tools. If it catches on, then you suddenly become like the person that has to maintain it. And so hopefully they're paying you extra for that, or paying you overtime or whatever. Because yeah, that's the danger. I've fallen into that trap before. You build something for the group, and then suddenly it's not in your job description, but you become the person, like you become the guy or the girl that has to the one to go to maintain it and add features, and they're asking you for more. And yeah, so it's a hard line to walk sometimes. Oh, they're not paying you more. Oh, that's too bad. Maui says, I read you are a Star Trek fan as well. What is the wormhole called where two Ferengi flew through in and later were found by Voyager and sent back to the Alpha Quadrant? So I know there's the wormhole. I'm trying to think of that specific episode. I vaguely remember it. So I know there's the wormhole in the Gamma Quadrant for Deep Space Nine. The one with the one that's right outside Deep Space Nine. I can't think of the specific one you're referencing though. Yeah, I can't. I don't know. I don't remember what it is for sure. Yeah, I don't remember the name. No, yeah, because I vaguely remember that they found those two Ferengi because I thought it was really cool how they got to feature Ferengi in a Voyager episode, even though they're in the Delta Quadrant, right? But yeah, I don't remember the name of the wormhole. All right, tell me what it is. Oh, no worries. You're not rude. You're not rude. I like Star Trek questions. No, you're not rude at all. You're not rude. Dr. Moto is teasing you. You're not rude. I like Star Trek questions because it tests me on how much I actually remember from Voyager and from other series. Barzan wormhole. Okay. Yeah, because I was getting it confused. I was thinking it started with a B, but then I wasn't sure if I was getting confused with the Bajoran wormhole. And yeah, okay. I guess similar names. Yep. I actually went to a convention recently and I spoke with some folks who are like professional Star Trek cosplayers, and that was really cool because they told me how they got some of their like how they did some of their makeup and stuff. It was really neat. One lady was playing a trill. They've got the spots on them, and she was saying how she cut up like a makeup sponge with like in the shape of the trill spots, and so she would like put it in the makeup and then do the spots with a makeup sponge, which I thought was really neat. Strain says, I'm excited for the new season of Strange New Worlds. I am too. I friggin' love that show. Strange New Worlds is amazing. If anybody out there has not watched Strange New Worlds, fantastic show. In my opinion, way better than Star Trek Discovery, way better than any other recent Star Trek show other than Lower Decks. But still, the best Star Trek show in a long time is Strange New Worlds. Oh yeah, best Star Trek in a few decades, absolutely. So good that they even did a crossover episode with the other good Star Trek show, Lower Decks. Yeah. How did they do a crossover with an animated series? Well, you got to watch the episode and find out. It's great. It's just, I love Captain Pike. He's great. I love the fact that it's a prequel. And if you are a really, really, really good fan of Star Trek, especially the original series, it has so many tiny little subtle crossovers that you would not even notice. Like you don't have to be a huge fan to enjoy Strange New Worlds. It's a really fun show. It's great. But if you are a huge fan, then you get little extra bits of flavor and callbacks to old episodes that are really fun. 21 says, where should one start if they wanted to get into Star Trek? That's a great question. I think a good starting place, obviously, if you like your Star Trek a little bit campier and more retro, then you can start with the original series. I would suggest the one from the 1960s with William Shatner, Captain Kirk, Spock, all the characters you've probably heard of. I would suggest going and getting like the top 10 episodes and just watching those. There's a lot of great episodes. There's a lot of bad ones too, like really bad. So I would just say, hey, start with the top 10 original series episodes. See if you like those. If you want a little bit more sci-fi and a little bit less campiness, then you might like Star Trek: The Next Generation, which has got Patrick Stewart, the British guy, as the captain. They have maybe a little bit more thoughtful sci-fi. Again, you can do a top 10 and watch the best episodes of that. A really great episode is one of my favorite episodes of that series is called Measure of a Man. And it's just a really good drama, the sci-fi be darned, about the nature of humanity of an android. So it just depends on what you want out of your series. If you want a darker, more dramatic show and maybe that focuses on a lot of war and sort of human issues, then you might like Deep Space Nine, um, which has a different sort of a premise than the other series. I started with Voyager, which not a lot of people did, and remained fans. But I genuinely did. I loved Voyager. But Star Trek Voyager and Star Trek Enterprise are some of the less liked series. Maybe not the best place to start. And then there's some newer series out there. There's Star Trek Lower Decks, which is an animated series, but it's not. It's an adult animated series. It's not for children. And it does better if you've watched a little bit of Star Trek and you can get some of the references and the jokes. And then Strange New Worlds also might be a good place to start. It's on HBO. If you have HBO, you should have access to a lot of Star Trek. So I mean, HBO might not be a bad place. Strange New Worlds might not be a bad place to start either. It's the newest series out there. And it's got great, like, if it's gonna bother you to see like wonky effects, stuff that doesn't necessarily look great in 2024, then you might want to start with Strange New Worlds because it's the most modern series. It just depends. Yeah, I got to catch up with chat. Yeah, there's a lot of Star Trek spinoffs at this point. I mean, the series has been around since 1966, around the same amount of time as Doctor Who, interestingly enough. But yeah, so it's been around almost, a long time. So it's got a lot of spinoffs. Go to Mars. Maui says, I love the trill spots. Do you think a man could wear those permanently inked? I mean, heck, do whatever you want, right? It might be, you can do it kind of subtle, like, down the edge of your forehead right here, if you wanted to. Yeah, they even did in Strange New Worlds. They even did a musical episode, and it is good. Which you would like. How can Star Trek be a musical? But yeah, they even did it. They even did a musical episode. That the thing I love most about Strange New Worlds is that they have like zero reservations about just doing whatever the hell they want, which is great. Oh yeah, I even forgot about Star Trek Picard. Yeah, there was another series called Star Trek Picard as well. Although that one you have to be a fan to enjoy that one. You can't just start to that's not a good first timer series. You like Captain Picard, Antonio? Yeah, Picard is great. I love the Borg. Yeah, they're great. Um, Seven of Nine was my favorite part of Star Trek Voyager because she was, as a kid, like growing up in the place where I grew up in the very rural Midwest, I did not have a lot of female role models who were, I don't want to say smart, but who did stuff with science and computers. Like I didn't have role models in my life that were like really good with science, really smart, really capable, really good with computers, and enjoyed the things that I enjoyed. And so having fictional role models like Seven of Nine and Captain Janeway from Star Trek Voyager, they were really, really, really important to me, and really helped me be who I am today. So even though like the series itself maybe was not great, when I was 11, when I was 11 years old and a little girl, like sitting down in front of the TV and seeing smart women, that was huge. Yeah, that was a big deal for me. So you can hear people say sometimes that representation, like, oh, why are they shoehorning, women into this and all that stuff? And but it really does matter. That's the thing that people forget, is that for kids who don't have any other role models that are showing them these things, like, that's important. They can see someone like them and they can say, maybe I could do that too. So even if it is science fiction and not real and in the future and all this stuff, it still matters. Even then, I took whatever I could get when I was that kid. And always recommend Next Generation. Yeah, that's why I say, but in season 2, yeah. So I would do a top 10 deal. There's plenty of websites out there that'll give you the top 10 episodes. Go on IMDb, get the top 10 episodes, and watch those. Star Trek First Contact was a great movie. Yeah, fantastic movie. Yep, Deep Space Nine is good for character development. War stories, war drama. Yeah, deep stuff. Yep. Yeah, and Star Trek is also one of the source of an excellent quote, which is, it's possible to commit no mistakes and still lose. That is not weakness, that is life. Yep, great quote. Because that's real, right? Sometimes you do everything right and you still lose. And yeah, that's not you being weak. That's just how life works. Captain Janeway is the best captain. Yeah, Janeway is a woman. Janeway, a woman as the main character, was revolutionary back in the '90s. Yeah, it was a big deal. It was huge for me as a kid. Both her and Seven of Nine working together, like two women like in charge on a spaceship. Like, whoa, that was big. Yeah, no worries, 21. Give it a try. This is now a Star Trek Steam. Yes, and I have no regrets. I will talk about Star Trek until I'm blue in the face. Do not care. Yeah, Enterprise, Star Trek the Animated Series. Dr. Moto says, dang, you didn't watch the X Files. Scully is why I have a BS in forensic. Yeah, X Files was a little bit too, when I was like 10 or 11, it was a little too scary for me. I wasn't really allowed to watch that, but I was allowed to watch Star Trek. So, yeah, some great episodes. Yeah, that's right. And also in Voyager, the chief engineer of the ship was a woman as well, B'Elanna. Yep. So another huge representation there. A very technical job, a very physical job. Being like an actual engineer of like the starship engines, was a woman on that show too. Yep. Oh yeah, Foundations is a great show. There's a lot of this is like the sci-fi renaissance, honestly. Like right now on TV and streaming is like the sci-fi renaissance. I love it. Yeah, Maya Wolf eating dinner at 2 a.m. It was worth it. Yeah, if I get to talk about Star Trek, then I'm not hungry anymore. Like I'm fine. If you let me talk about Star Trek, I'll go forever. Oh, you mean but your personal opinion is a toss up between Picard and Solo? Do you mean Cisco? Captain Cisco, Deep Space Nine? I assume that's what you mean. Janeway was, however, one of the few scientists that happened to be a captain. Yeah, Janeway was a scientist first, and then became a captain. Yeah, Picard and Cisco. Yep, Cisco was great. Yeah, in his own way, definitely. No worries. Yeah, Antonio says, I loved Picard when I was a kid. The show would be really late on TV around 1 a.m. I'd sneak and watch it. Yeah, I did something similar. I didn't have cable as a kid. And so I had to just watch whatever was on and like the regular broadcast television. So none of the special none of these special channels. So the only place I could watch shows other than Voyager, because Voyager was on broadcast TV at the time. The only way I could watch like Next Generation or original series was at my grandparents' house. So I would just like tune in and hope there was an episode of Next Generation on. It's amazing what we have access to now with like streaming services and stuff. Like how wild is that? We can just sit down and watch whatever episode we want. Megalight says, "What about the new one? What new one? What? Which series are you talking about?" Because I mean, I love Strange New Worlds and I love Lower Decks. Those are fantastic. I would kill for a little like starship model of the Cerritos from the ship from Lower Decks. I would absolutely love one of those. The new Star Trek. Are you talking about the J.J. Abrams movies? Because there's a bunch of Star Trek series on right now. So those are all new. Then there were some movies a while back by J.J. Abrams with like Chris Pine and Zachary Quinto as Spock. Maui says, I really like Star Trek Enterprise with Scott Bakula because it led in the end to the foundation of the Federation. Yeah. Enterprise was maybe not the greatest series, but it had a lot of interesting concepts, and it had a lot of interesting moments in it, which I think is good for something. And there was a dog on the ship, so I mean that counts for something too. And it had Scott Bakula, the guy from Quantum Leap. Yeah. Oh, Discovery. Yeah, not a Discovery fan. I don't, hey, I have nothing against. Everybody has things they like, right? I am not a fan of Discovery, but I know there's some good things about it as well. Yes, Star Trek Discovery is a new show. However, there are also other shows like Strange New Worlds and Lower Decks. They're all airing. It's confusing because they're all airing at the same time. And that's where it gets confusing. So when you say Star Trek, it's like, okay, which of the 4 series on right now are you talking about? Data had a cat named Spot. Yes, yep, that's right. I forgot about Spot. Yep. Dr. Moto says, "Isn't there a spoof show Seth MacFarlane did for Star Trek? Is that bueno?" It is. It is good, which is weird. Yeah, Seth MacFarlane, the creator of Family Guy, that silly cartoon, actually did a full-on sci-fi spoof of Star Trek. It's called The Orville. I think it's on HBO Max. I don't remember. It takes a minute to get going because at first it's got that kind of stupid like Family Guy like fart jokes and stuff humor, but then it picks up and it turns into like an actual basically Star Trek show, with like real plots, and it gets good. It picks up steam after a while, and it gets really good. And Seth MacFarlane, he might be kind of a silly dude, but like he knows science fiction and he can write good stuff, and he can act as well. I mean, he's a good actor. So yeah, it's good. I would recommend it if you can just stick with it, get past the initial, let Seth MacFarlane get the fart jokes out of his system, and then he gets good. Oh, did they not have plans for more seasons? Did they cancel it? That sucks. Didn't know that. Darn it. And Enterprise has the best theme song. Yeah, Enterprise does. It may not be the best series, but it has a dope theme song, definitely. Yeah, I know all the words to that song. Faith of the Heart, man. Yeah. RDT says, Mind Wolf, did you see the Adam Savage tested YouTube video about the original model used for the episodes? It's short. So I haven't seen that. I should watch it. I know that, so for filming like the original series back in the 60s, of course, computer animation didn't exist yet, right? And so they had to use physical models for everything. And so they had various like sizes of all the ships that they would have to build depending on, is it supposed to be far away? Is it like, do we need details? And so they had to build all these physical models of the ships. And I know that like the biggest physical model was missing for decades. And I think they recently found it. And so hopefully that it can be restored. Yeah, most of the modern Star Trek series, they've gone. Yeah, in general, most Star Trek series go, 7 or 8 seasons. So yeah, phasers, torpedoes, exactly. Seth MacFarlane, I didn't give him credit, but like, gosh, he can do good work when he wants to. Yeah, the Orville is 99% Star Trek with one Family Guy joke per episode. And that's fun. I like that. I think the Lower Decks does that really well too. Like, it's good Star Trek, primarily. It's good Star Trek. And then they throw in a few, fart jokes occasionally. And that's okay. Star Trek doesn't have to be serious, it can be funny as long as it's good. Do you think of Galaxy Quest? Galaxy Quest is great. Yet another spoof that actually turned into good Star Trek. Yeah, if you haven't seen the movie Galaxy Quest, it is worth a watch. It is, even if you don't like Star Trek, it is genuinely funny. It stars Sigourney Weaver, Tim Allen, the guy who played Snape. What's his face? Um, mm, I'm sure Chad will tell me. Yeah, and it's a basically just a send off on washed up stars of an old TV show, space TV show. They get sucked into something that's much bigger than them. I think of Galaxy Quest every day of my life. I literally said out loud, like on Friday, "By Grapthar's hammer, what a savings!" I literally said that out loud. By Grapthar's hammer, what a savings! Yeah, a really great that's a really great point my way, is that one of the coolest things that I like the most about Star Trek is that it is truly, in the end, it's positive. There's bad guys, and there's wars and conflicts, but the overall vision of the original creator of the series, Gene Roddenberry, his vision was for a truly positive science fiction series, because he came up with Star Trek back in the 60s. And in the 60s, there were tons of fears that everybody was, going to die in a nuclear explosion any minute, right? Huge war is going to get started, nuclear bombs, spy satellites in space, whatever. There were all these fears about the future and a lot of negativity. And Star Trek was meant to say, like, hey, maybe we're gonna be okay, guys. Like, maybe we'll be fine. Maybe we're gonna go and fly around in space and bring peace and science to the galaxy and meet a bunch of cool aliens and some attractive aliens too. Maybe we'll be dating aliens. It was the 60s. I mean, yeah, that was always a consideration. Alan Rickman. That's who was in Galaxy Quest. Yeah, Alan Rickman. Hans Gruber. Uh, Antonio says, "Do you think our future will look like Star Trek?" Um, I think it could if we try. Uh, I think that it may not be like, I don't think it's going to be like Star Trek in that it's going to be maybe a very Americanized, English speaking, unified space federation that goes out to the stars. But I think somebody will. Might not be us. Might be our descendants. But someday, yeah, I hope so. Holograms. That would be really cool if holograms. I just want the holodeck. Like, I don't care what else. Give me a holodeck. That's not gonna go evil. No Moriarty, but just the cool part of the holodeck. Ronan RU knows what I'm talking about. Thank you for the follow, Ronan. Thank you for the follow, Arthur, as well. I forget if I forgot to thank you earlier. Yeah, and Tony Shalhoub was in Galaxy Quest, just in stacked cast. It'll look like more like The Expanse, maybe it could. Well, because okay, so deep cut, but so in Star Trek history, we're talking, and when I say history, I'm talking the future before the spaceships flying around. So the future from now, but before the spaceships, there was a huge period of strife. Humanity almost killed itself, destroyed everything about itself. And there's a lot of struggle, and then we met then an alien race, the Vulcans. You probably know them, right? These guys. They came and landed on Earth and basically started a new era of unity for humanity. When we finally met aliens, we were like, holy crap, we got to get our stuff together. And then we started going out to the stars with help from the Vulcans. And so yeah, it's not all smooth sailing, right? We aren't going to immediately suddenly appear in this beautiful future. There's a lot of struggle there. So if we are ever going to be like Star Trek, it's probably going to get worse before it gets better. But hey, that's how life goes, isn't it? All you can only hope that after it gets worse, it gets better, and so you aim for the better. Yeah, there's all sorts of books about philosophy of Star Trek. I've seen the economics of Star Trek. There's the philosophy of Star Trek about, are these aspirational sort of systems actually can we achieve these sort of aspirational systems in real life? I mean, obviously they were thought up by humans, right? These fictional aspirational societal and monetary systems, they were thought up by humans, so I mean they're within the realm of possibility, right? But could we actually ever get there is the question. Or the future will look like Blade Runner? Maybe. I mean, I'd get a flying car, so that's something, right? And maybe a cool synth soundtrack that like plays constantly in the background, just like in Blade Runner. So I'd be down for that. Flying car, cool synth soundtrack that accompanies me wherever I go. Sounds fun. Maybe my friend's an android, can't tell. Yeah. The OG movie was supposed to be 2019. Yeah, we're also overlapping into Star Trek history as well. We've kind of gone past it so far. Things are getting encyclopedia. Yeah. Encyclopedic, yeah. World War augments. Yeah, that's all Star Trek history. SpaceX is building crazy new stuff. Yeah, I mean, we're really entering a new period of private space travel, which has a lot of potential opportunity for us as humans, which is awesome. Yep, that's the book I was referencing. Mawe is the philosophy of Star Trek. I've seen that book. Lens flare everywhere. Yeah, maybe it'll just be nothing but lens flare in the future. Megalight says, "What would be your command to take off?" Yeah, okay. So what Mega is referencing there is that usually each captain has their own like catchphrase, the thing they say to take off. Um, Generally, the common phrase when you're going to warp, so you start off at impulse, which is like cruising speed, and then warp is the speed where you can jump between planets and stuff like that. And so generally the common phrase is engage, which was made very famous by Captain Picard. But every captain kind of has their phrase, and actually they literally spoof that in Strange New Worlds. The first time that so and I'm blanking. What is Captain Pike's phrase? Hit it. Yeah, Captain Pike says hit it, and then you go to warp. Um, and the first time that Spock ever gets the chance to sit in the captain's chair and take command of the Enterprise, the helmsman literally turns around and she asks him, she's like, "So are you going to say the thing?" And he's like, "What?" And she's like, the thing, the go, like the go word, like every captain has it, so what's your thing? And and he literally says like, "I would like to go, please." And then they go because he's a Vulcan, so he doesn't understand that stuff. But yeah, get put. There you go. I like that one. 21. Just get push force. Yep, that's a good one. Or just like select star from warp. I don't know. Yeah, it would be select star. I would say select star. Yep, that would be what I would say. Select star, because it's a sequel joke and a space joke at the same time. Gosh, I love talking about science fiction. All right. Let's wrap it up. Okay. Oh, thank you, Mawe. I would love to come to Germany sometime. That's on my bucket list of places to go. I've never been to Germany. I've been to some places in Europe, and they've all been lovely. And so I would love to come to Germany. And who knows, depending on how things go in the U.S. over the next few years, I might end up moving to Europe permanently. We'll see. I don't know. Everything's on the table at this point. Yeah, I'd love to get a coffee and talk about Star Trek. Absolutely. You don't even have to say coffee. I just Star Trek. I'll do that. That's enough. You had me at Star Trek. I spent most of my childhood being the only Star Trek fan, like within dozens of square miles of like my school and my home. Like nobody, literally no one, knew anything about Star Trek, and I had never had anybody to talk to about it. And so, the modern age of the internet has been lovely because, you know, I can go to conventions, I can talk to people online about Star Trek, and that's really cool for me. Hey, at night. We've just been talking about Star Trek for like an hour, and so I am very happy right now. Everything is very well at night because I just spent an hour just literally talking about Star Trek. All right, Antonio. Thanks for stopping in. Dr. Moda says, "You going to PAX East?" Uh, Probably not. I'm really busy. I have like a conference coming up. I'm presenting at a conference pretty soon. I've got cohort 3 for 100 devs is probably starting some point. I got a lot of irons in the fire right now. So I want to go to some conventions this year, but I don't know exactly when. I did go to one recently here, but it's just a teeny tiny one. Crispy says Star Trek focus stream when. Okay, I was thinking I could do a gaming stream sometime of this one game that I played like nonstop when I was a kid. It's called Star Trek Voyager Elite Force. I'm really curious. Anybody in chat, before we wrap up, I need to know the answer to this question. Anybody in chat ever heard of the game Star Trek Voyager Elite Force? I think it's like a first person shooter. It's built on like the Quake engine, I think. So it's got all that, beautiful blocky graphics. But when I was a kid, it was like the coolest thing I'd ever seen. It has a fantastic story mode, but also like a multiplayer mode. But the story mode was really great. There's tons of Star Trek games, but this one specifically, Star Trek Voyager Elite Force, I think it was built like basically it's Star Trek Quake, but it also had a great story. Exactly. Mr. Friend says if you want to get on Mindwolf's good side, just buy her a replica of the Cerritos. I would say that is a fact. You would be my friend if you bought me a replica of the Cerritos. But don't do that. I don't. I'm not asking for gifts. I'm just saying I would. At some point I will buy myself a replica of the Cerritos. Yes, good. So you played it too, Moa. Yeah. I only ever played the first version. I could never find the second. I just couldn't get my hands on it. But yeah, I played the first game obsessively. So at least one person knows what I'm talking about. It was great. You can Google it. Star Trek Voyager Elite Force. Um, okay, let's find someone to raid, shall we? I'm amazed how many people stuck around for that discussion. That just says there's a lot of Star Trek fans out there. I dig it. Or people who enjoy seeing me get all hyped up about, something I enjoy. So that's cool too. All right, 21. Thank you. All right, raid. Let's see what we got. Who's online? Why won't you show me my raid stuff? Come on, Twitch. Be my friend. No worries, Renitz. Thanks for being here. All right. Crispy says that one went under the rug for me, talking about Elite Force. I haven't heard or seen that once. I wasn't aware of it. Surprised I wasn't aware of it, considering it's an FPS. Yeah, it was genuinely a really great game. But just I think because it was a Star Trek game, it just went unnoticed by a lot of people. But it was a dang good game. All right, let's see who's online. I'm looking for somebody with very few viewers who we can kind of drop in and give them some love. Let's see. All right. If anybody knows of anybody that we should raid who's online right now, please let me know in chat. Otherwise, I will pick somebody. Team Vash. Yeah, we haven't hit them up in a while. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. Strain says, genuinely think if anyone in the new cohort is worried about coffee chat, they should watch this particular stream because that's what we just had. Yeah, really, that's it. Like, you basically, the goal of a coffee chat is to have a good natural conversation with somebody in the tech industry, and you just did. It wasn't about coding, but it doesn't have to be. It's about making a friend in the tech industry and making a connection that could potentially land you that job, right? And so you just had a coffee chat because you got me talking about something that I really like, and that, makes me happy, makes me like you. If I was just doing a one-on-one chat and you let me ramble about Star Trek for half an hour, then I would like you. That's shallow, but it's when you get someone talking about something that they like, they're going to be, like, oh, cool, yeah, I remember that person. They were a cool person. They like Star Trek. So stuff like that. That's how coffee chats should go. Yeah, in all coffee chats, just talk about Star Trek. No, I'm kidding. When in doubt, Star Trek. We got some game dev, Unreal Engine 5. I'm looking. Lots of game dev on right now. I'm looking for somebody new. Okay, I'll just pull it over here on screen so y'all can see. I like this new Twitch raid structure. It actually shows you like people that you don't currently follow but who are online right now, which I think is cool. I'll check that out, Dr. Moto. Got some chess. Looking for game dev specifically. It's got some in French. We're going to try to stick with an English language stream, I think. Ooh, this person is doing C++ game dev. Could raid NASA? Is NASA on right now? Oh, they are. Okay, yeah. Let's raid NASA. Let's go. SpaceX Crew 8 launch. Rocket. Yeah, here we go. We're gonna raid NASA. They're cool people doing cool stuff. They're getting us to that Star Trek future. So let's do it. Can I raid them? I hope I can. Yeah, I'm gonna start raiding. All right, you're gonna raid NASA. Go watch the Crew 8 SpaceX launch here coming up soon. Yeah, go watch some people, the people who are actually making Star Trek happen. Go watch that, and I will see you all next week. uh Thank you all for tuning in today, and I hope you learned something about accessibility. I hope you learned something about making your web pages more optimized. Go run Google Lighthouse on all your apps and make better stuff. Alrighty, see ya. Raid starting now, and it's gonna be starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Lift off. Bye bye.